legislature work. So we are going to declare this community hall as a legislature precinct. And in doing that, let and govern all the engagements of the day. So it means as we move forward, colleagues, we are moving forward under the rules, the standing rules of the legislature. So the decorum and the expectations are therefore in that line. And having said that, colleagues, I'm not alone. From my right, I have Member Diafe. Next to me, on the left, is Member Masilela, is Member Mahlabe. Thank you very much. Next to Member Mahlabe is Member Raslingwane. Next to Member Raslingwane is Member Mure. We have few apologies. I think we'll entertain them when we arrive at that item. We form what is called the portfolio committee that I spoke about of infrastructure development and property management. We are not alone, obviously. We are with our team that assists us in the office. The guy seated on the far left is Kaya, and the rest of them are actually doing work. As you can see, the brother who is taking pictures, others are in the registration pit there outside. So together we form what we call the portfolio committee. And today, we came here. We were supposed to come on Tuesday, but because of the budget sitting, we had to postpone to today. You would remember, Ntate Kotongwana had announced a budget which was later changed. So it also meant that the provinces must then sit again and look at their budgets. So ours was on Tuesday, and we had to postpone this gathering to today. So that's the reason why we are here, colleagues. And having said that, I thought our agenda would be, what do you say, flighted. I thought our agenda would be flighted, but basically today's meeting, colleagues, is to deal with the fourth quarter report, amongst other things, but of importance to get the progress report on the 10 projects that the department is currently doing. We chose these 10 for today, but generally we are looking for reports for all the projects that the department is doing. So that is the basis of our meeting today. And having said that, I'll ask Mr. Mdlalose if we do have any official apologies.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we do have 3 apologies this morning. The first apology is from Honorable Member Mzikumalo, who's unable to attend the meeting due to a prior engagement. The second is from Honorable Member Dalton Adams, who's unable to attend the meeting due to urgent political party matters. The third one is from the Department HOD, Ms. Masabata Mutlaneng, who's unable to attend as she's currently attending the Presidential Johannesburg Working Group workshop, which has been established as a direct development model support mechanism to address key service delivery challenges within the city of Johannesburg, taking place from Thursday and Friday, 5 and 6 June 2025. However, the department it will be led by the various officials. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Those are our apologies. The MEC and the HOD can't be with us. They've joined the Deputy President for a launching of a program in Kliptown. And there are 3 members who have sent apologies. 1 member is going to arrive late. And the department is here with everybody relevant for our engagement. So we will proceed in that form, colleagues, as agreed. I've already read the agenda to you, colleagues, but generally, as I said, that the meeting today is focused on getting the 4th quarter report and also the progress reports on the 10 projects that the department is currently engaged on. We also acknowledge that the Lakeside School, we have a lot of emails that have came through the portfolio committee and also through PCO. There were issues in relation to Sampato and other schools. But having said that, colleagues, let me take this opportunity to welcome you, the department, the stakeholders in the form of the community, the leaders, but also of importance, the community from the set projects. We try to make sure that today, at least when we speak about these projects, the people from the communities around these projects are also here, so that if there are any questions pertaining to the projects, then the department is able to can respond, and we all have the general understanding, but also beyond par with what is happening in the department. And with that, I'll ask members to note the apologies and adopt our agenda so that we are able to can move. Members?
Thank you.
I move to adopt, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Masilela.
Thank you, Chair. I second the adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So colleagues, we are going to start with our engagement. Our agenda has been adopted and seconded. Whatever that we do, we try to finish by 2. And already we are an hour late. So my request is that when colleagues engage, please be precise and speak to issues that is raised on these reports. You know, sometimes you go, you set up the agenda, you agree on the agenda, and then someone stands up and say, can we be briefed of what is happening in Tembisa Hospital? And Tembisa Hospital, you find that is not part of our report, is not part of our agenda. And now we must allow the department to respond, and it was not part of our issues. It derails the meeting, but it also derails more key issues that are actually on program for a day. So my request is that as and when you stand up and speak to what would have been raised. We are here on the 4th quarter report. We are here on the 10 projects that are currently being implemented, and we are going to get progress reports. So let us try and confine ourselves around those issues and not raise issues that are outside the agenda itself. We're supposed to have Councillor Malope welcoming us, he has not arrived or is not here for other reasons, I will welcome you. I have seen councillors here. I have seen principals from the schools here. So colleagues, you are all welcome. This is all in a view to do things better. And without wasting of time, I'm going to call the leader of the delegation from the Department of Infrastructure, Development and Property Management to come and join us in front here. Firstly, he will start by introducing the team that he is with here. And then immediately after that, he's then going to take us through the fourth quarter report. And then after the fourth quarter report is presented, we are going to discuss it for about 20 minutes. And then immediately we are done with it, we are going to go to get the reports of the 10 projects. How are we going to get the reports of the 10 projects? We are going to take 5 sets of reports. And then after that, we are going to have an engagement for about 20 minutes. And then once we are done, we are going to take another last set of the 5 reports. And then we are going also to have an engagement. And we hope that by the time we leave, at least we'll all have an understanding. One, us as a committee, but more especially the stakeholders. You, the stakeholders, you will have an understanding of what is happening in your community projects. Over to you, Ntate Slepe. You can use this one, that one. Oh, before you start, I must just acknowledge that the MEC, as much as he is on in the Cliptown Deputy Presidential Launch project, he has managed to log on in the online platform. And because of that, I would want him to firstly, protocol dictates that he speaks first before we can take the presentation. Welcome, Kulube, MEC Mamavolo. Will we hear him? Okay. Welcome, Kulube.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
MEC. Just before you start.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. You can come in, MEC. Just before you come in, MEC, colleagues, those of you who may have challenges in languages that we speak, there are listening devices. You can raise your hand. They will come and give you this if you don't have it. And this is how it is arranged. In channel number 1, you will find English. In channel number 2, you will find Afrikaans. In channel number 4, you will find Setswana Sepedi. In channel number 3, you will find isiZulu, isiNdebele. And in channel number 5, you will find this Chivenda Nasitsonga. So if you want, if you have a problem with languages and you want interpretation, raise your hand, our team will come to you. And then these are channels that I have announced. English is 1, Afrikaans is 2, Setswana Sindebele is channel 4, isiZulu, Setswana Sepedi is channel 4, isiZulu Sindebele channel 3, and Chivenda Nasichonga is channel number 5. And then you will be able to get interpretations as we move along. Just raise your hand and then they will attend to you. And without any waste of time, over to you, MEC.
Yes, Chairperson, good morning. I don't know if you can hear me and all honorable members. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can hear you, MEC. You can proceed.
Yes.
If the officials from the department can just stand up. Yes, we've got a team that includes the acting DDG Jacobs, Mechanics Lianene, the CFO, Tate Moloko Matloa, and Tate Levi Mashabela, who's the chief director responsible for M&E, and the rest of the colleagues that includes the managers and directors responsible for projects. They comprise part of the team that will be helping us well in terms of dealing with some of the matters with various colleagues. You can sit down, thanks. Chair, it's my understanding that you'll be starting with the presentations for Q4, and that the Mashabela will assist us in terms of that. Thanks.
It's okay. Mathata fela ke matlho, mara ke tla bona. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and the MEC on the call and the colleagues as well as members of the public. My name is Levi Mashabela. I am to present the Q4 report. Just to give an indication of the report that I'm to outline, it's mainly the report that has ended at the 31st of March in terms of the quarter report, because the quarter breaks down into 3 months. So the report that I'm now tabling before you is got 4 areas in the main. I will then give a brief introduction in terms of the purpose. I will then give an overview of how we have performed as a department insofar as it relates to targets that are in the APP. And then I will give an aerial view of infrastructure project that are mainly in the APP, but also that what we are tracking through a system that we call the IDEP. Very brief of those, but specifically those that are in the APP. Then the report also will give a view of what is the financial performance in relation to 3 programs as per budget structure, but then also will reflect into the update insofar as the client that we are implementing project on. The 4th area would then deal with what the legislature requires us to provide, which are the governance matters, mainly those, how far are we in relation to implementation of the question that we received either through the House or petition and so on. Then we will conclude with the formal set of questions that we have received. We will respond to those in writing. So as I've indicated, that this is the report that deals with what we have achieved and what we have not achieved for the Q4. And in terms of the report, we will then reflect on what has been achieved, which is marked in green, and then against the plans, and that what has not been achieved fully, which is marked in partial. Partial means that it was not achieved fully. And those that are not achieved at all, which are marked in red. We start with the aerial view of how far are we in relation to achieving our set target. So for the Q4, which is the period that is already closed, we had a total of 26 planned target. And of those 26, we were able to achieve 22 of those, which therefore means that we have achieved them fully with a portfolio of evidence to support the achievement thereof. That then translated to 85% insofar as meeting our planned performance target. As I've indicated that in terms of the matrix, we will then report of targets that are achieved in full, but we'll also report those that are not achieved in full, which are partial, and those that are not achieved at all. From the total of the 26 planned target as we have planned, I did indicate that 22 of those were fully achieved. 3 of those, which then translated to 12%, were not fully achieved. So one of those, which then translated to 3%, were not achieved at all for the quarter which is already closed. Now, we then break down the 22 of total of 26, which is 85, in terms of the branches, because in the department, we basically implement a performance target in accordance with the budget structure. And the budget structure has got the 3 programs, which is program 1, which is mainly administration, that consists of finance and SCM, and then program 2, that deals with education infrastructure, health infrastructure, STARS, and property management combined to become a program 2. Then we've got a program 3 that then deals with EPWP. In terms of a program 1, so we under finance, targets that then talks to the 30-day payment. We are required by law to ensure that we do comply with the payment of invoices within 30 days. So that we've been able to do, and we've achieved that target, that translated to 100%. Then we had SCM still falling under program 1. We've got to SCM, which is mainly BBBE targets, those targets that then talks to people with disability, MVs, TR, youth, etc., insofar as the target that are cross-cutting. So we're able to do 88% insofar as complying with those BBBE targets. For corporate service, we are able to achieve 100%. That then deals with the ICT related strategies, the system development and all those. For education, so which is basically core of our what we do, which is mainly the infrastructure project, and I think as the chair has already stated that part of what will then come in the agenda is mainly the 10 projects which are mainly in education. So these particular branches deal with those infrastructure projects. We then get to hear progress in relation to those. But for the quarter that is already closed, we're able to achieve 100% of the target of 4. And we then break down what target of 4 consists of in terms of what has been defined or broken down in the APP. Under health, similar, which is also the core, we're able to achieve 75%, which means the implementation of those projects that are mainly defined as target, we're able to achieve only 75 in completion of those. Then we've got program, under program 2, as I've indicated, that there's also property management, and in property management, we're able to do 67%. And then poverty relief, and then we were able to do 100%. So we then give a comparative analysis, because as we give a performance, we then want to see which is what we call the baseline. How far are we as compared to the previous year, and where are we and where we need to go? So we then compare what has happened in the year that is already closed, 23-24. As we're reporting the quarter 4, we're basically at 76%. Now at this 2024-25, we're basically able to surpass that 76 to basically 85%. And below there, we then give a breakdown in terms of performance trends. As for quarter 1, what has happened, we were able to achieve our targets, giving 77%. Quarter 2, we're at 73%, and quarter 3, we're at 90%, and then we then went down to 85% in quarter 4, which is what I'm presenting in here. As we move, as I've indicated, that the APP structured in terms of a 3 program, as you see there, program 1, 2, and 3. So this slide basically give an overview analysis of what is now percentage in terms of the budget structure. Program 1 is now sitting at this 90% in terms of meeting its target, which then give us a 10% of those that are impartial. In program 2 now it becomes combined, which is education infrastructure, health infrastructure, and property management combined, then give us a 79%. And then EPWP, as I've already indicated in the previous slide, we're sitting at 100%. In this slide now, we give a breakdown, as I've indicated that finance has got 100%. Now, this basically demonstrates what is a detail in terms of what are those indicators that are therefore broken down into that particular 100%. You can see is that 100% related to payment of service providers within 30 days. And then still in program 1, as I've already then indicated that this is about the BBBE, your black women and your youth, people with disability, small, medium, and SMME. So, and we're able to achieve 88%, as I've already said in the overview slide. So in here, we just talk to the detail in terms of the breakdown. So what we're not able to achieve, which is the 12% that was in partial, it is mainly procurement which we allocated to MV's own enterprise. And the shortfall that we, against what we needed to have complied is basically 1.9, close to 2%. Against the target that we are said to be achieving. And the reason in terms of non-achievement is related to issues around the non-achievement, which is due to high value appointment insofar as BAC award is concerned. Then we move to corporate service, as I talked to, that is around the implementation of the ICT milestone. Then we move to program 2, which is education and STARS. And what is that 100% that I've already spoken to, that they've achieved their target? And that 100%, it talks to, in terms of the indicator output, it talks to those infrastructure projects that were at the design, which is ready for tender, which is a gauge 4, in terms of the IDMS value chain. And then we also had those which are mainly new construction projects, and those that are in renovation and refurbishment, and then we also had those that are in upgrades. So that those projects that were planned were able to be completed. And we then we also show that what are those projects. You notice that under new construction, it's a Simunye Secondary School. Under the facilities rehabilitated is Refitlile Primary School, and under the next, which is a health infrastructure and maintenance. So that's 75% on the total achievement. So that what they have not been able to achieve, it is facilities and rehabilitation and the refurbishment, mainly deep loop forensic pathology, which was not fully achieved, and the rest of the target were achieved, which mainly condition assessment and also project that are under health electromech. Then we move to program 2, still under property management. In that, this is about where they have not, the battery is running low. Chair, if Kaya can help with the charger. So, yeah, that. Let me just. No. The battery laptop needs a charger, but I'll proceed so long. It's fine.
If it switches,
yeah, if it switches, yeah.
then I'll make sure.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So with regard to property management, so it's about what we have not been able to achieve, which is rent value and revenue collection. So we had an annual target of 34 million to collect in terms of the rent value, and then we shortfall in terms of collecting that total, which gave us a 16 million, which is a shortfall. And Chair, the reason in terms of that, we continue to have a resistance in terms of tenants to pay the monthly rental, and we also had the expired lease that ideally should basically help to generate revenue, including the delay in the disposal that of asset that should basically help to ensure that there's a revenue. Then we also had a target that achieved, which mainly deals with the properties that are released for socio-economic. It's not even moving this way now. 17 prior. Yes. Oh, it's okay. Freeze, what's that one? The computer is frozen. So the slide 18. So with regard to So I will continue with property management. So with regard to property management, the 67% of the target that we have indicated that are achieved. So mainly that then deals with those properties under utilization inspection conducted for office accommodation, and also the immovable asset which are verified, including those that are transferred from asset register. So if we then move to EPWP, in terms of the what we have achieved, so EPWP, as I've indicated, that it's 100%. Mainly it's around the public bodies, including those that have participated in skills development. So the next slide gives a detailed breakdown of EPWP work opportunity created for DPG department as well as municipalities. So, so with regard to the total percentage of DPG department, we basically sitting at 89% in terms of work opportunities and 90% for the GPG department. So the next slide then give an overview breakdown in terms of what has been created. EPWP classified in terms of one, social sector, and second, infrastructure, and then environment. So we give a detailed account on a department that have mainly contributed in numbers to ensure that the total number compliance of EPWP achieve the same as in municipalities. So this slide gives that demonstration in terms of the department. Then we've got the slide that deals with demographic racial breakdown in the previous portfolio committee. So we were then asked to give a count of EPWP in terms of who are the beneficiaries and how we basically have classified the beneficiary in terms of demographics. So we in EPWP had 3 programs. The first is vacant land and facilities maintenance. With regard to that, we had a target of 1,062, which is broken down in terms of 5 developmental corridors, which is your central, eastern, north, and western. So of the total number of those that have been in EPWP program, so of the total of 1062, we had majority being African, and then we also have 15 of those being the colored in the colored community and 1 in the Indian, and we did not have any white community participating in the EPWP program in relation to that vacant land facilities. When we proceed to health maintenance program, which is a second program under EPWP that we're implementing, we had a total of 1,080. From the total of 1,080, 1,047 are mainly Africans that are participating in that program. spread in terms of the 5 developmental corridors to basically ensure that all areas in Gauteng are covered. With regard to the colored communities, we had 32 of that total number, one which is Indian, and then there isn't any of white community participating. The last program in EPWP is what we call the National Youth Service Program. With regard to that, we had a target of 2,557, and from that total target, we have majority of those being African, and then 55 of those coming from the colored community, and then nothing from the Indian, and then we have one from the white community. If we then proceed to this slide that deals with the aerial project performance, so we then begin to give a view of what we now call the system enabled and partnership driven, which is basically strategic approach. And where we really start, we start with what has now been defined in the Gauteng medium-term development plan, starting 2024 to 2029. And in terms of the contribution thereof on the MTDP, we know that it's got the 3 priorities. One priority is number 1 deals with the inclusive economic growth and job creation, and how we basically contribute to that through EPWP program to ensure that we make an impact in terms of job creation. The second deals with improved living condition and enhanced health and well-being. And the third priority is about the capable and ethical development state. As we now have outlined what the MTDP contribution says, DID, we then develop what we now call an impact statement. And our impact statement based on what the MTDP says from the contribution point of view, we then say that ours is to improve the livelihoods through quality and sustainable infrastructure. How we are doing that, we then define what we now call the outcomes, which are now aligned to our mandate. The first one deals with the property portfolio that needs to be optimized, and the second deals with the sustainable infrastructure investment and delivery accelerated, and the third deals with the poverty relief and employability that needs to be accelerated, and the last deals with the increased contribution of infrastructure spend to inclusive economic growth that then deals with BBBE and the issues around the economic growth and spend. That then moved to the third layer, which is around the capable and ethical development organization. For us to be able to achieve our mandate, we have to have personnel competent and skillful enough to be able to implement that what we have defined in our mandate. So we have then gone further under now the MEC that is leading the 3 into 1, which is basically DID as well as a COCTA and now the agency that we call the GIFA. So which then integrate that into one, which we then call the tripartite partnership, to be able to deal with fast-track certain issues and deal with the unblocking of the bottlenecks. For an example, if there's a particular project implemented by DID and that project, it's got the issues around the land, or it's issues that need to be fast-tracked and bundled by municipalities, so therefore COCTA is able to assist through IGR. So that falling into one basket, we're able to fast-track and move and make sure that there's a faster decision-making. So we then develop what you call the 10 integrates. And in that critical, we then said that we need to have, we must have the enablers of the system that we call the IDEP. So that we're able to make sure that we deal with the issues that has got impact for them to be reaching the completion stage. And how we do that, we prepared what we call the project readiness matrix that then deals with the areas that are bottlenecks. And then we have now the compliance office, and we leveraging into smart technologies, including the project rescue practitioner that then deals with the 10T, as well as issues around the project site compliance, making sure that the projects are complying when we visit site. This slide deals with the aerial view, as I've indicated. It basically illustrates the infrastructure project and the performance target that basically show what has been a selection of those targets that are in infrastructure. Under education, we did talk to that they are related to ready for tender, they are related to new construction completed, and the refurbishment and the upgrades. And then we are basically listing those targets, what are those that are in ready for tender. And we are basically showing those that are in completion, which is a sectional completion, your WKCC, and those that are in renovation and refurbishment, your Linasia Secondary, your Athlon Girls in that way, and those that are in refurbishment, which is a two-top-in. As we move this slide, Chair, the legislature computer, the one for Kaya, is a little bit outdated from the software. The slide that we're to show, it's mainly the live. It's what you call the Microsoft, the Power BI. So in that, it will demonstrate the project that are in the IDEP system on live, you know, so yes, I think that the team in the IRP must help the team so that they also have access in terms of the live, because this slide is about the live demonstration, so you won't necessarily see it in your computers. So, but basically this is what I wanted to show, that the project that we are reporting in the APP are also tracked in the IDEP system, but they are also linked to the APP. But this is now demonstration of the synopsis of the life. It mainly speaks to those that are within that particular quarter, but it also able to show you in real time the maps of where are those projects. So these two slides for health and education were to demonstrate that. If you then proceed to the financial performance, which is now the vote, so we are basically here showing that how we have performed insofar as the three programs from the budget structure point of view, what has been allocated from program 1 and program 2, including program 3. So this means that how we have basically achieved our target vis-a-vis what we have allocated. Then we've got a slide that deals with economic classification that basically unpack the total budget that we have been given, that basically give the detailed description in terms of the compensation, the goods and service, and the household buildings. So we're basically showing what has been the percentage spent, actual, and the variance to that effect. Then this slide deals with the infrastructure spend performance. Basically, we are counting to the budget allocation from the client to GDID, and how we have basically spent so far as a health capex, health maintenance, social development, GDE, DRT, sports, eGov, which we have not been doing any project that we are implementing for eGov, hence there's no allocation, including on community safety. And then we also show what is in the DID capex and DID maintenance, which then talks to issues around the alternative energy. Then we go to the last section, Chair, that deals with the governance matter. In the governance matter here, we basically are giving a feedback in terms of a departmental capacity from the human resource point of view. This is all about contribution in terms of where are we on the base in implementing the organizational structure against the total number of posts filled and how many vacancies we have. We have a total of 2,869, and of those we have basically managed to fill 2,003. That gives us 558 vacancies. And then we also show the acting appointments and the terminations and the new appointments that we have done for the quarter under review. Then this one deals with the GOD spread. We spoke about the GOD from the supply chain point of view in terms of a triple BE, but we're now talking to GOD in terms of a human resource point of view, in terms of how many people living with disability have been appointed and how many youth we have, and in that way. Then the last section deals with the resolution and petition. Here we basically show the petitions, the resolution that we received, and the timeline, and when did we submit it. All those that we have received, we're able to complete as such. In this slide, we're now showing those that we were unable to respond or to, but we are basically indicating that who's able to respond to that. You notice that the question that deals with the bulk infrastructure unit, as I've outlined from the tripartite, we now have a GIFA, and that question has now been referred to GIFA. And then we also have the question that we received that deals with the solar panel installed in school. We have referred that question to GDE for response. We also have the question that deals with the major means of transportation in the province, that include private cars and minibus taxis. We have referred that question to DRT. We also have the question that deals with the GIFA project, and GIFA is basically attending to that, and that has since been completed. And then we have a question that deals with appointments in municipalities, and that question has been referred to COCTA for a response. We also have a question that deals with the city of Joburg, 128 systems. That question has now been referred to COCTA for response. We also have a question that deals with Winfred Nomzamo Madikizela School in Mohale City. We have referred that question to GDE for response. We also have completed the question that deals with Maibu Clinic in Krugersdorp, and the one dealing with dilapidation and vandalism building in the inner city, Tshwane, and the one deals with Kopanon Precinct. We have since completed those. So, Chair, in essence, this is how we conclude our report, and we are saying that the committee can note the report as we presented in here. Then we have got the formal question that the committee has given us to respond, and would like to quickly go through those set of questions formally to read them for the record. The question one that the committee has given us, formally, it says that the department should provide the committee with reasons of irregular expenditure and wasteful expenditure. So the response we giving the detailed table that outline the irregular expenditure estimate, and as well as the expired leases, and that deals with one, the building which is 11 Diagonal Street, and then we are giving the amount thereof, and then the second being the Turbine Hall building. We are also giving the amount with the total of the amount for the two. Then we say the irregular expenditure for the two stated building has ended in the current financial year, and it will not roll over to the next financial year as the department has vacated this building. The one that deals with the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the amount of fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the 24-25 is basically 9 million. This amount emanates from the interest accrued as a result of the court orders. Then there's a question 2 that says the department to please provide 224% of over expenditure in program 1. And our response says the department has applied for virements and the shifts, which were subsequently approved by Provincial Treasury, with the objective of aligning the budget with actual expenditure. And as a result, the program is no longer reflecting an over expenditure for the 24-25 financial year. The department has since recorded total actual expenditure against the final appropriation, achieving 100% expenditure. However, the initial overspending was due to budget pressure arising from litigation cost, which is related to court order. These legal expenses were incurred on a project to the Department of Infrastructure in implementing on behalf of Department of Health. And we give the detailed table that indicates the year-end performance and the implementation of budget adjustment, mainly for Program 1. Then the third question says that department should appraise the committee with the amount of money that it owes to municipality for rates and taxes. As at end of May 2025, in respect of the rates and taxes claimed for 24-25 financial year, the department is owing various municipalities a total of 934 million as per the table below. Of the total outstanding amount of 934 owed to municipalities, an amount of 376 has since been processed for payment. And the outstanding amount owed on rates and taxes for 24-25 will be settled in full by 30 June, which is this month, in line with the financial year end of various municipalities. And then we give a detailed breakdown, Chair, of what are those municipalities and the claim that they have received, and the disputed claim, and what has been confirmed by those claims, and the payment, including the current payment, and what is outstanding, and what has been processed and not paid. And we just detail those municipalities are mainly City of Joburg, City of Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, Emfuleni, Lesedi, Mirafong, Midvaal, and Mogale City, including the Rand West. Question 4 says the department to appraise the committee with an update on Simunye Secondary School. Simunye is a mega smart school in Begersdal, which is in the western area, which will accommodate 1,002 learners. Temani Management Consulting was appointed on the 31st January 2022, and the site was handed over on the 20th April 2022. The PSPs, DEC, MMQS, and PRO, the plan were appointed to implement the project. Original contract duration was 18 months, with original completion date being the 23 October 2023. And the contract was subject to multiple extensions to facilitate the continuation of the project, with the final completion date extended to 31st March 2025. In accordance with these contractual terms and the project work program, the completion date was not met, and consequently the contract has since been applied for termination. And as such, termination is highly probable given that the requisite procedural steps have been initiated and the percentage of work completed to date stands at 66%. Question 5 says the department to appraise the committee on whether the intervention to resolve issues with the Department of Health have been resolved in relation to reconvening the functions of maintenance and construction of health facilities. The department held several bilateral meetings with Department of Health and wrote to Department of Health regarding the maintenance functions. Department of Health has since not formally responded to the department regarding the withdrawal of the mandate. The maintenance function of health infrastructure still remains the mandate of the department as proclaimed, and DID and health has been advised on the encroachment of the mandate in accordance with the GIAMA functions and on several occasions. In the previous financial year, 24-25, Department of Health issued a 9-month plan with, which allocated the fire prevention and lift maintenance to DID and all other maintenance functions to be carried out by the Department of Health. DID has since rejected the 9-month plan, stating the risk of such plan as DID is still the responsible custodian of health infrastructure in the province. And no response has been received from health, but instead health has appointed a contractor to carry out the maintenance in the health institution. Health has further issued a request for service, RFS, to DID for fire prevention, and DID has sent a quotation and request for purchase order to health, and no response has been received by Department of Health. Even after several follow-up, Chair, DID could not dispatch the contractor to the site without a valid purchase order. And Health has since appointed a contractor to carry out the services. As we proceed with the question 5, it's continue to say that the lift maintenance suffered the same fate as a DID sent a request for budget confirmation to Health for lift maintenance as the current contract were about to lapse in December 2024. Upon following up on the request, the Department of Health opted to respond to DID, but instead directly engaged the current contractors and extended their service to be under Department of Health. In the current financial year, DID has sent a revised service delivery agreement, and the Health, which outlined the responsibility of both departments, is yet to give inputs on the service delivery agreement. And DID can only carry out maintenance for health institution on instruction by Department of Health, as Department of Health is a budget holder and is responsible for the creation of purchase order and the payments. CAPEX projects are still continuing, and as and when Department of Health issues and a request for service to DID. Question 6 says that from now going forward, the department should present the committee reports that are aligned with its APP. And our response is the department has always endeavored to submit the reports that are aligned with its performance report according to the revised framework on strategic plans and annual performance plan 2019, specific chapter 2, section 2.72. And this section requires the department to develop quarterly performance report which provide information about the progress made in implementing its APP, with a particular focus on monitoring delivery in terms of a quarterly performance. Furthermore, the framework provides that wherein other performance targets are not included in the APP, such must be reported in the annual operational plan, which are aligned to the APP. Over and above the APP and the AOP, the department has introduced the IDEP as a key digital solution that tracks project performance. Question 7, which is the last, the department should provide the dates and timelines for the education department construction project. So Athlone Girls High is completed in quarter 4 of 2024-25. Robin Hills Primary School completed in quarter 4 2024-25. Lenasia Secondary School completed in quarter 4 of the 2024-25. Tutopili Secondary completed in quarter 4 of 2025, which is the project I've already spoken to in the report, which is the report under review quarter. Then Simunye Secondary School, the anticipated completion date is projected for the 4th quarter of the 2025-2026 period. This is a full completion. And the termination is currently underway, subject to confirmation upon the formal appointment of the completion contractor and the subsequent validation of the works programming. Chair, that then concludes the response on our formal set of questions received, but then also concludes the presentation as we have reflected on the performance, what we have done, what we have not done for the quarter under review. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Colleagues, without wasting time, I'm going to open for clarity-seeking questions. My first advice is that from the stakeholders, because we're taking the 4th quarter report and your issues might have been raised in the 4th quarter report and you may want to speak to them. My advice is that if you want to speak to those specific issues, let's wait for the reports that are speaking to your specific projects. But if it's anything else that was covered in the 4th quarter report, let's raise it. But if it's linked to the 10 project, my advice is that we wait for that detailed report that speaks to these projects, and then you raise your issues there. But let me take questions on the 4th quarter report if we do have any. I'm going to start this side. Do you have any question? Oh, another thing. I only open questions once. There is no second round, third round, and fourth round. We just do one round, and then that's it. So I'm going to start this side to get a hand. Ke tla lefa di number ne. House number 1, tate number 2, tate number 3, jwalo jwalo. So, ke ntate number 1, house number 2. Do you have anyone? This side? Mr. number 3. So we have 3 people. Can you get the mic to them? Oh, okay. They can come to the front to speak. It's fine. They are saying it's better that way because they are addressing the public. So it's better they come to the front. So you just introduce yourself. Hey, I'm Tulani Ndlovu. I stay here in Soshanguve, go the MM. If you are from the MM, if you are from a stakeholder, just mention the stakeholder you are coming from, then you raise your issues. You can come, leaders. Those who have raised their hands, you can come to the front and speak. Number 1, you can come. The 4 of you can come immediately. And then you'll just speak separately. Number 1 will speak, number 2, and number 3. And then I'll take members on this one if you have questions. I won't allow you to speak on the next 2 presentations. So you speak on this one. Because by the way, it covers everything that is going to be reported there. So thank you very much. Ntate, you can address us. Name and then you address us.
Ke a le dumedisa ba botlhe ke dumedise baetapele ba rona ka lebitso le le maatla la Jesu Kriste ka ha le hore kopano e be teng ke a leboga my questions are only 2. One is first of all, I must say, appreciate the presentation. Is that Honorable More, if I'm not mistaken? I saw the name More somewhere there, but I must say, thank you, sir, for the opportunity of highlighting and enlightening us, especially in this area. But I made a mistake. Let me say my name is Oscar Mwalusi, where we start. I'm a resident here in Ward 4, and I'm also a councillor. And I would like also to make an expression that this is the opportunity to hold our legislators accountable for all what they are doing. They are responsible for all what they are doing, and we have to take them to task for all what they say. But my question is, number 1, I heard the presentation, but I'm worried about its impact at our ground, at the local government. Its impact, maybe there is an impact, but it's not well expressed that in Tshwane, these are the programs that we have done from Gauteng legislature, program 1, 2, 3, and we have achieved ABCD. Then in Johannesburg, etc., Mfuleni, etc., etc. That was not clear, and I was so confused sitting there at the back. I heard Ntate Abuaka, the achievements, and one gets now confused. Which school in Gauteng? Which school in Tshwane? Which school in Johannesburg? Which school in Ekurhuleni? You know, we need to be very clear of the impact of what is being done by our province. So that, to me, there isn't, it appears, you know, the municipality works this side, and then the province works that other side. There is no integration of what is being done, and we are not even clearly informed of, these are the programs of municipality, and then from the province, we are taking these ones to impact seriously in our communities. So that's number 1. It's not clear to me. Maybe it's there. Maybe they need to clarify. Then the other point is on the payment. I heard Ntate a bua ka 85% of achievements of payments. Yes, but then another question e nngwe, they owe the municipalities over 900 million. They have only settled 300 million, if I'm not wrong. So the 85% achievement, and then I think take us into the confidence for what you mean by having achieved 85% up to date. These are some of the things we have to now get into the bottom of them so that you take us into your confidence as our leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can come in, my sister.
Greetings to the House at large. My name is Ntando Mbonani, a resident of Ward 98. Firstly, I would like to ask regarding Maibuye Clinic. In the last meeting, the Department of Health stated that the reason why they have not paid or continued the project is because they realized that the Department of Infrastructure had overpriced or overestimated many items in which they realized that the Department of Infrastructure had overpriced or overestimated many things. So it was resolved that the two teams would compare quotations and come to agreement as to that actually the cost of the project, so that it can resume. Has that been done up until today? Have the two teams met and discussed and come up with a budget for the project? Why is the project of Maibuye abandoned, whereas our people need that clinic? Secondly, Simpato School. It has been over 12 years this school has been being built, and up until today the school is not finished. We would like to know why, and when will the project continue? Thank you.
Yaleboga Austato, my brother.
Hello. My name is Mickey van der Westhuizen from Ward 98. Members of the public, stakeholders, and members of province. I've got one question. What type of sustainable opportunities are being created for communities in the area, EPW programs? Not just street sweeping, but skills development programs. Thank you. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much. Department, you got all the questions, right? Okay, I'm going to squeeze you in. You can speak. Yes, I'm going to squeeze you in. It's fine. You are squeezed, ma'am. You are squeezed. Yeah. And then
Good morning. I'm Sandra Abrams. I'm a teacher at Ramfontein Secondary School in Tukomsras. I only raised my hand now because I thought maybe the schools things are going to come later, but then I heard they spoke about the schools. Ramfontein Secondary School is built with asbestos. 80% of Ramfontein Secondary School is asbestos. And then the department also started refurbishing some of the things. Our office is half refurbished. We don't have toilets in there. The things is falling in. But the school itself is waiting. Someone is going to die at that school. Even the stairs that the learners have to use every day. I'm a teacher there for 35 years. The class that I'm in, it's the thing that I don't have, the pictures. I took pictures and I showed the community of Tukomsras what the state that the school is in. Someone is going to die in that school. The school was supposed to have started building a new school. Last month or the month before, all of a sudden, everything has stopped. We would like to know why. I have a list to tell you all the problems of that school. But that school is really, really in a bad state. I heard Simuye is not far from us. The schools in that area, we need this thing because the school is not conducive for learners and teachers to teach there. Come when it's raining. Come look what's happening there. The department send us classes, mobile classes. Come and look what's happening there. Our school is really in a bad, bad state. I would like to have answers about that, please. Thank you very much.
Department, did you get the name of the school? You are good. Okay, thank you.
Ke a le dumedisa baetapele ba rena le kgono le bile ra fitlha mo, and then Se ke tlo se bolelang ke question e short. Ka lebaka la gore nna ke tswa ke le ko amoelang site ya Ward 88. And then amoelang e na le about 8 years. Tuck shop ya bona e swile, and then le office ya bona e swile, and then lo gona banong since ba e lokisa, and then a ina toilet a ba di lokisa, electric kwana ba tlo e tsentsha gona banong. Ke nyaka o tseba gore le mo kae ka dikolo tsa rena, and then di sena tlhokomelo. And gona banong dikolo le re di bereka ka eng ke ditšhelete di tšhinki di tsene ko dikolong. Ke ntho e ke nyaka go tseba gore ne re tla dikolo di tla lokisiwa ka eng, and then dilo tsa sekolo di tshwantse di eme na di emisa ke taba gore budget a šinkitswe na le gona bjanong. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Tata. Thank you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, as I said, there are questions that speaks to the 10. I think Amogelang is part of that report. And now I'm going to take members if they have any questions. Member Moret, do you have anything? Okay, you can shoot.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to the community of Tshwane Acacia. Good morning to the department, colleagues, all protocol observed. My question, actually, let me start by congratulating the department on KPIs that have been achieved. It's amazing that we're celebrating that we're paying companies within 30 days. You know, for me, there's certain things we shouldn't celebrate. They should just be a norm, but well done and congratulations to that. And also well done on your supply chain KPI, but I see you need some improvement when it comes to MV-owned enterprises because it's quite key and important. You know, what is my worry? We might achieve this KPIs in theory, but practically people don't feel what we say we've achieved. You know what I mean? You say you've achieved giving tenders and paying the small businesses that are owned by women and all of that, but at times people don't feel it. We've achieved it as a department, it's a tick, but you might find that on the ground people don't feel it. I think that's where, Chairperson, there's usually issues. Uguti, we achieve things, but people don't feel them. On slide 15, I don't know if you are able to go back to slide 15. I think there is a mistake there. When you check, okay, let me go there as well. Okay, on slide 15, you say you've partially achieved 25%. I think that slide, there's a mistake there. There's nothing partially achieved. It's 75% achieved and 25% not achieved. So just go back to that slide and correct it. And well done to whatever that has been achieved there. And then also slide 17, I think there's a mistake there where you talk to, okay, the number of properties released for socio-economic infrastructure development. Your annual target is 20, your quarter 4, you put 11 as your target, and then you've got asterisk 2, so I'm not sure what's the meaning of that. And then you've got your variance for the quarter as a dash, and then you don't have any deviation and there's no mitigations. I was confused by this and could not actually conclude on the total performance there. But well done on your EPWP. So my biggest worry with everything is that what we achieve, people don't feel. So we need to bridge that gap because it doesn't make financial sense as well, right? Empowerment sense, economic sense, whatever type of sense you want to put it, it doesn't make it. We achieve, we tick, but you on the ground, you don't feel it, we don't see change, behavioral or physical. So I think, Chairperson, we need to come with innovations to make sure that when we celebrate achieving on targets, the community does the same. We are at equilibrium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member More. Member Aslingwane.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to the community members of Acacia.
Chairperson, maybe let me start off by also just acknowledging and welcoming the presentation by the department. Just as follow-ups from the presentation that we have since received, with regards to, I think it's page 28, where they also speak about projects that are ready for tenders, one of them being Tembisa High School. And of course, oftentimes we've seen when obviously this project will go out for tender and processes will be followed. However, when it comes to delivering the schools to the communities, it's oftentimes where the project takes along. So my question will be, what is the expected timeline for the advertisement, the evaluation for this tender that will be going out for Tembisa High School? And if we have actually learned any lessons from the projects that we have done previously, a case in point will be the Lakeside Primary School, where 55 million was actually spent, but the delivery was quite very poor. And so I would just want to find out from the department if we've learned anything from that and if there are systems in place to ensure that we do not have any repetition of those mistakes. My other question is with regards to irregular expenditure, and they speak about buildings, two of them being 11 Diagonal Street, which spent about 88 million, as well as the Tubanile Hall building. The department tells us that they have since obviously left this building, and so they won't be spending on this particular building. But I just want to speak about irregular expenditure and maybe just to define what I seem to understand from what leads to irregular expenditure. And I'll just mention 4 points, which one is non-compliance with supply chain management. Secondly, it's appointing of unqualified service providers, awarding contractors to the wrong people, and also just ignoring prescribed procedure. And so as much as this case or this building has since been vacated, I would like to know as to who has since been held accountable. Because after these monies have been spent, surely either officials or whoever that was responsible to process this leasing or for these 2 buildings must actually account for the work that they contributed to do this. And then lastly, Chairperson, I just want to ask with regards to the Maibuye Clinic, it is the next presentation. I'm just taking an advantage because the Chairperson indicated that we won't have another opportunity. Chair, 10 million later, 10 million that has since been spent in the Maibuye clinic in Mogale City. We've conducted an oversight into that area, and I can tell the community here that we saw nothing that is actually worth 10 million. And so I just want to find out as to when is the Maibuye Clinic projected to at least start officially to start with that project. And also just to find out if there is anyone that has since been held accountable for that mess that we've seen in the building of that clinic. Because, Chairperson, I need to be honest, if we don't prioritize consequences management, everything that we are doing here is literally just a waste of time. At some point, we need to at least get officials that are responsible. We need to get those contractors that are responsible to start accounting for the work that they're doing, which is delaying the work of government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Rasilingwane. Right. Thank you. Member Mahlabe, anything?
No, thanks, Chair. Let me also join my colleagues by welcoming the report from the department. I think I've been covered in a number of areas. Needless to say, as a sweeping statement, Chair, the issue of the relationship between the department and the departments that they are servicing, in particular health and education. I know that they have responded to that question to say there are engagements with regards to the issues of maintenance and other areas. But I just want to say, can we put more effort in that direction so that it does not also undermine the work of the Department of Infrastructure? I know that there's a history issue there that those departments are saying they are doing certain things because they have been failed by the department in certain areas. However, I still believe that there is a gray area there which needs to be sorted out, because in reality,
Department of Infrastructure, it's their core business to do maintenance and building, and also to oversee these entities. So if it's left like this, my challenge is that at the end of it all, it will undermine or even erode the function of the Department of Infrastructure, which is their core business and their specialty. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Mahlabe. Anything from you, Member Masilela?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wanted to find out on slide 15, as per their report, in this quarter, where have they refurbished or renovated? If they can finish us with that report, thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Speaker, anything from you?
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered by Member Masilela.
Thank you very much. Member Diache, anything from you?
I'm covered, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Department, as you come to respond, I just want to make one comment. 934 million owed to municipalities in us, it's unacceptable. They raise revenue through these measures, and when you don't give them their money on time, it's quite very disturbing. If we can correct that. The second one, which comes as a question, you have rejected certain terms from the Department of Health in relation to some of their projects, but however, they have still continued to work on those projects. So the question is, who authorizes that work? My understanding is that the department is the arbiter of Giama, or rather the immovable assets in the province. And if Department of Health is able to renovate a clinic or build a hospital on their own, who authorizes that? That's the question one. And that question is coupled with your engagements that you are mentioning, that there are engagements. So the question is to check whether the Premier is aware of these things that are happening, that there are departments who are doing their own operations in this province, while we are saying the DID is the arbiter. So I would want clarity there. So can we get the responses? Thank you very much. Who's responding in that Tesla?
No, thanks, Chair, and greetings once more. We'll start with I think there are questions that have to do with the presentation. We'll start with the CFO. And Thomas Shabela, there are a number of questions that talk about some content alignment in the presentation. And as well, I think there's questions for Amarelang, Tatum Gadiula will assist on that. And yeah, others, I think others I would own that machining on the clinic and the health matters.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair and honorable members and members of the community. My name is Moloko Matloha. I'm the acting CFO in the department. I think mine will be with regards to the questions that have been raised on the issues of the payment. Let me also appreciate the question from the community members and also from the honorable members. I'll start with the first question, where I think it was raised by the community member, who's also the councillor from City of Tshwane, with regards to the outstanding amount of 900 million, as to what is it that the department is doing can be able to settle that particular balance. I think, Chair, last year, towards the end of the financial year, we were faced with some budget constraints as a department, and then we had to apply for reprioritization of funding from the rates and taxes to goods and services. Hence, we could be able to see that in terms of payment of service providers, we managed to pay those service providers within 30 days, because in the main, we had a challenge in terms of the budget or the funds that were available for us to be able to pay the service providers. Hence, we opted to go to Treasury to get an approval to move funding from the rates and taxes to to goods and services so that we can be able to pay the service providers within 30 days. So in that regard, we were advised by Provincial Treasury that we need to meet with all the municipalities together with SALGA. That meeting did took place sometime, I think it was in January, of which there was an agreement between the department, SALGA, together with the municipalities to say that with regards to any outstanding amounts, it will be processed in this financial year. And as a result, there was a payment plan that was therefore signed by the department, which was therefore issued to all the municipalities. As we speak, Chair, I must say that with regards to City of Tshwane alone, to date, we have managed to process an amount of 100 million, of which I've also shared the proof of payment with them. We are busy processing the remaining balance. I think during the beginning of the financial year, we had some glitch of the system where we were moving from BES V5 to V6. Hence, we could not be able to process any payment, I think, in the first month of the financial year, which is April. So most of our payments were processed in May, but we are adamant that by the end of the quarter, we would have settled the 900 million. We have set aside enough budget to can be able to deal with this particular outstanding amounts. And from time to time, I do engage as well with the CFO of the city so that I can be able to appraise him as to how far are we with regards to that one. There was also a question that was raised with regards to the skills development as to what is it that the department is doing to empower the community. Chair, I must say that under EPWP, as a department, we have finalized the recruitment process. We're just waiting for the budget to be tabled at legislature, of which you have confirmed that on Tuesday the budget was tabled at legislature and it was adopted. I think previously, if you are aware, yes, there was a budget allocation that was given to us, but due to some of the challenges that we had in terms of implementation of the VAT and the likes, the budget had to be retabled at legislature. So we're waiting for that particular confirmation. So as things stand now, I know that we've finalized the recruitment process. We're at the stage of appointment. So what we'll be doing as a department, we'll be having a management meeting where we'll be allocating budget to various branch holders so that they can be able to start with the process of appointment. There was a question that was raised on the issues of the MVAs. Yes, indeed, we have identified that with regards to the military veterans, from time to time, we do experience a challenge in terms of us not being able to meet that particular target, especially with regards to the issues of non-compliance. Chair, you will be aware that from time to time, whenever we wanted to appoint a service provider, there are some processes that we needed to follow. One of those is to ensure that the CSD must be up to date, or it must be a compliant CSD. So from time to time, we've established that there will be issues of COIDA, issues of tax clearance certificates that have expired, and issues where there's been a reduction in terms of the scope of work allocation by the client department. So we've taken a decision as a department to say that we are going to engage the MVA in a form of workshop where we can be able to educate them as to what processes needed to be followed from time to time for them to can be able to comply with the issues of the CSD and ensure that as in when we'll be allocating work, they are also covered in this regard. I think there was a question that was raised on the issue of the advert as to how long does it take for the department to can be able to finalize the issue of the advert. I think in relation with Tembisa High School. I must say, Chair, that as a department, we have since established the so-called a panel of service provider for level 6 to level 9 GB, in the main in order for us to can be able to ensure that there is an improvement in terms of the turnaround of the procurement. So in this regard, I can confirm to you, Honorable Member, that it normally takes us 21 days for us to can be able to advertise, and then we've since shortened the time that we normally take for us to can be able to conclude the procurement with regards to all of these schools that we normally build for various communities. There's a question that was also raised with regards to irregular expenditure, that yes, indeed, we have incurred irregular expenditure for the two buildings, which is the Teben Hall and the 11 Diagonal, and indeed, I think we have confirmed that we have since vacated those buildings. But in this regard, once we incur irregular expenditure, I think what happens in the main, we've been guided by Provincial Treasury, we therefore indicated to us that the irregular expenditure framework need to apply. And one of those is that the matter has since been referred to our risk management unit for them to can be able to do investigation. And based on the outcome of that particular investigation, the issue of the consequences management will be implemented in this regard to ensure that whoever is held accountable will be taken to task in this regard. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much. I think CFO has already touched on a number of questions. Just to add in relation to what has been codified in the presentation, slide 15, Chair, you ask for appraisal in terms of status of refurbishment, which is a deep roof. I think the colleague, Mr. Tami, will then talk to what is the status of that project. In the same slide, and I think we accept the 25% is not necessarily the partial. It's in the red. I think it was a color issue on the presentation that we would correct. We accept that. And then I think also going forward on the asterisks on the same slide, I think what we'll do will asterisk mean that is an overachievement. But what we'll also do in future meeting presentation, we'll put a footnote that define what asterisk mean, so that it doesn't necessarily cause confusion. The last one on myself, I think member might have missed it where he asked about which school, whether in Tshwane. So you'd notice that when we give a presentation, we account for all 5 developmental corridors. We do indicate that a particular school completed or whether sectional, which school is located where in that order. So we do give that demographics in terms of accounting to areas. But then with regard to the problem and challenges, so where there are problems that are escalated through the IGR fora that is seized with a responsibility to mitigate all necessary and possible challenges that arises as a result of any potential problem that may impact negatively on the completion of a particular project. I think, thanks.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. Chair, maybe if I may request in terms of the questions for Maibuye, because we are going to take a presentation for Maibuye, can I then talk to those questions once I get to Maibuye Clinic? And then there was a question, Chair, in terms of now about the current situation where GDID is implementing the projects on their own, who authorizes those works and all that. Chair, on that one, I won't be able to answer now, but currently our colleagues are not authorizing any work which has been done by Department of Wealth. And then on the issue of the Premier, I think my supervisor should be able to answer whether the Premier is aware or not of the current situation of Department of Health. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I think the question on the impact on the ground that Mashavel has touched on it, but just to further elaborate a bit, On specific projects, the impact is both short to long term. The short-term impact, for instance, we are doing construction, is those temporary jobs, the skills that will be acquired just during that particular period. But the ultimate benefit is to have a facility that will serve the community for a number of years and prepare members of the community or the little ones to participate in the economy long term. That is the long-term sustainable benefit. There's an issue of the school, Randfontein, which is not on the program, Chair, in terms of school to be presented. We worked on Randfontein and we presented it to the committee several times. However, GDE has since withdrawn the project, that they will do it by themselves, so the department is not in the position to can advise with regard to that particular project. And to just further input on EPWP matters around the sustainability, from a sustainability context. As we know, normally EPWP offers short-term opportunities, allowing beneficiaries to gain skills, to gain experience, and through that experience, they are able to compete and participate in long-term jobs that helps them position them differently. And we have seen on a number of occasions the EPW beneficiaries who have been absorbed in the broader market and therefore being allowed to apply their skills and experience in that particular regard. So that is the sustainability context, and that is what it is intended to do. Because normally the issue of experience becomes a barrier. So an opportunity that allows people to gain experience, it gives them a competitive edge. Chair, the issue that you raised, particularly around the relationship between the two departments, of course I agree, is a sensitive matter in that sometimes it does happen that the department that encroaches on the mandate, and then they are guiding prescripts, the intergovernmental relations, clearly call upon departments not to encroach on each other's mandates, and then as well, GIAMA clearly defines everyone's mandate. But there have been engagements at various levels, and as well, there will be continued engagements, particularly at political leadership level, to ensure that these issues, they are smoothened out and addressed long term, because if, yes, they are not conclusively addressed, it will continue to create risks that will affect the departments, and long term it might even affect the audits of those departments that do work outside the legal scope. But I must say, with regard to some of the issues that I think it's Member Matlabu who has raised this in another context, the relationship with some of the departments is a bit different. If you look GDE, in terms of the Schools Act, there are some areas where it gives them mandate to do certain things, particularly issues of maintenance. So it's not the same across the board. Well, the issue of timelines on delivery, I think it was a question from Member Raslingwan, Honorable Raslingwan, on the timelines. I must admit that you as well referenced the issues of the lessons learned from the likes of Lakeside in terms of when we, from each and every project that we do, one, we appreciate that all projects are different, and what differentiates them is their circumstances, the skills, the competencies, but we do our best to have lessons learned from each and every project. As much as it might be challenges, it is equally an opportunity because there's something that we learn. And as we go forward, we working with SCM teams, we improve in refining. There are areas that we find that the contract, there might be gaps that prevent us from adequately doing certain things. And then as we refine going forward, we are certain that there will be improvement and challenges will be prevented. And the other thing is, just as an example, in the past, we had challenges with people around performance guarantees, just as an example. You find that contractors, we ask them for performance guarantees. What they do, when they tender, they put everything in order. After appointment, somewhere down the line, they stop paying for that insurance because it's an insurance. And remember, if you don't pay for an insurance, it's not going to be available when you need it. And next thing, it disadvantages the department. Then we moved and said we want, what do you call it, bank guarantees, and which is a response to the challenges that we've experienced. Although sometimes, yes, it becomes a bit heavy for some, but in order to prevent and manage the risk, we need to respond to each and every risk as it arises. Yes, I think the issue of the achievement being felt on the ground, we responded to it, and we can just emphasize that our report, obviously the level of detail is more high-level report, but having been part of the handovers, like when we handed over Rebanilag, you see the level of happiness and celebration by the community that they really receive and appreciate the delivery of infrastructure, and they express that they will own this. And so beyond what we report, there's still that expressed appreciation in the communities when they take over whatever we deliver. I hope we have covered all the questions here. And the questions that are specific to the projects that are still going to be presented, may I request that we take them as part of those projects. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ntate Slepe. Maybe just to must say to the department, we note the progress where you have done it, and we welcome the progress. It's what we want as the portfolio committee, and where you did not do well, we are calling upon you to do even better, so that we are also happy of the delivery to our people. And I know that other colleagues may not have been answered, but as I said, that the second part will be dealing with specifics. It's where we are going now. So I'm going to request the department to present firstly on the 5 projects. As I said, that we are going to divide them in 2. So the 5 projects that we are getting a presentation on is on Lakeside Primary, is on Ranfontein High, is Simunye Secondary School, is Beckersdal Center, Old Age Home, and Nansfield Primary School. So that's the first 5 that we are going to get a briefing on. And then immediately after that, the communities from around those areas, or the stakeholders who are from those areas, you can then prepare your questions, specific questions. And then immediately after this presentation, we are going to speak to those questions so that the department can respond. And once done, then we are going to take the second set of 5. Can we start with the first set of 5? Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you once more, and I will just proceed and deal with the schools that you have spoken to. But Chair, once more, let me as well indicate that among those 5 schools you mentioned, among those 5 projects, because the other one is not a school, Beggersdal, you included Randfontein, and we have advised that Randfontein is no more part of the project that the department is implementing, and is a project that is implemented by Department of Education. So I'm going to proceed and start with Simunye. Chair, Simunye Secondary School new construction, in terms of the background, is a mega smart school in Beggersdal in the western area, with design capacity to accommodate 1,200 learners. And well, the development of these schools is structured to accommodate participation by local communities and SMMEs. And the contractor there is Timani Management Consulting, who were appointed on the 31st of January 2022, and the site was handed over on the 20th of April 2022. And the professional team, there's DEC, MMQS, and ProPlan, who are appointed to do the professional provision of services. And the original contract duration was 18 months, and it was intended for completion on the 23rd of October 2023, and this date was further revised to 28th June 2024. Due to underperformance by the contractor and lack of cash flow, the contractor could not achieve this completion, and my apologies, the completion of 2024. And GDID has explored various avenues in terms of assisting and ensuring that all the challenges were resolved, but certainly with the lack of progress that was realized up to the time when the project was not completed on the 31st of March 2025, the department has initiated internal processes to terminate the contractor. Hence why in the responses to the questions regarding Q4, we say we're anticipating completion of this project around the end of the 4th quarter, because we are planning to, on conclusion of the termination, we are looking at getting a replacement contractor to help us in that regard. These are just some of the details that I already have spoken to, but as well just mentioned, the progress is 66%, and it has been in that area for some time. And with the expenditure or the available budget being 39.7 million, including VAT. And then obviously there are a number of challenges that we have spoken to. We have spoken to maybe let me just talk to, in terms of further describing and clarifying the scope. It is generally referred to as a replacement of prefabricated classrooms and the construction, meaning that we built a new ICT school to replace the existing school, which is accommodated in prefab mobile units on a different site. So that is very important. There are key issues that are related to this project. Issues of underperformance I've spoken to. There are issues of security, which have been a challenge on that particular site. And there have been issues of local labor and subcontracting challenges, which have been an ongoing issues that were managed through continuous engagements with the affected parties. And where there's criminality involved, law enforcement was mobilized, and in a number of instances they came handy. And it is unfortunate that with the criminal activities that happened on the site, including armed robbery, there was loss of life. Well, just summarizing, the contractor has exhibited inability to execute the works. And this is linked to those cash flow issues and slow progress, which has ultimately informed the initiation of the program, interventions that we have made. And in terms of the interventions that we employed, we deferred penalties on the project. Whenever you defer penalties, it means you say instead of taking penalties immediately, you take them maybe at final account so that we don't disrupt the cash flow of the project. And at the same time, you ensure that people are still held to account. And then there are continuous meetings on the project as part of the interventions. There's been arrangement of direct payments to subcontractors to ensure that the challenges with the main contractors' cash flows did not impact them, but it was mainly on the approval of the main contractor, because you can't redirect the contractor's payments without the approval of the main contractor. And unfortunately, all the interventions that we made did not necessarily yield intended outcomes. And this is just itemized progress percentage per different milestones. I'm not going to go into those in detail. And basically, this just shows the pictorials of the works in terms of how it has been done. So that is basically where the school is. Chair, I'm not sure if Lakeside is part of the first ones, Chair, but I think it is. Chair, on Lakeside, Lakeside project in terms of what we're doing now is, okay, I just need to indicate that it is a restorative repairs completion contract. Whenever we say contract is a completion, it means there was a prior contractor who had failed to complete the works where it resulted in termination, meaning that we terminated Razani and Hope, who were given a mandate in 31st January 24. And then, who were terminated on January 24 due to poor performance. To date, we appointed House of Nyani sometime last year around February, and then the site was, contract signing and site handover were concluded in June 2024. However, the contractor could not take site because of the disruptions by the previous subcontractors who were not paid by the previous main contractor. And it resulted in a protracted process. We tried our best to engage with them because there was an element of threats and risk exposure for both officials and the contractor. And ultimately, this matter was concluded recently in that the contractor communicated that they are withdrawing, and their withdrawal coincided with the fact that we just achieved an arrangement with the SAPS law enforcement in that they committed to fully support the project. They did their own groundwork in the area to ensure that they do risk profiling and identification of necessary interventions. So the contractor communicated their withdrawal. We had engagement to just get clarity whether they mean what they've written. Earlier this week, we engaged with them. They emphasized that they can't work in an environment where they have to be constantly under the support of the police. It is a high-risk thing for them, and it might even require additional resources that they have not planned for. So on that basis, that changed our approach in that we have to obviously appoint a new contractor, and the team is busy preparing documentation in that regard. I think next week, Monday and Tuesday, or early next week, we expect the team to be back on the ground to just do refinement of the documentation that will enable us to go out on procurement. And that is basically where we are. The team as well met with the school just to ensure that they are appraised in terms of that. And as well, we noted that the school has got a differently composed or new members in the SGB who are obviously not part of the historical matters, and then were brought up to speed. And of course, they had a lot of questions because this has been an ongoing matter. But we are pleased in that they clearly indicated that they will give the completion process a full support, and that we need to have weekly updates with them to ensure that they are continuously updated, and we commit to do that. So, Chair, in terms of how do we move forward, the project to complete is going to be a 3 months project, and we want to start, we expect that by the end of this month we'll have a contractor appointed, and with the site handed over in August or before then, allowing the contractor to acquire whatever necessary documentation that is to enable us to complete that. Chair, in that regard, it is unfortunate that sometimes we have community stakeholders who might be hell-bent in making the environment not conducive for construction to take place. And it does not only impact the department, as well it impacts the SMMEs that get appointed. Because if you look at the value involved, the project is a less than 5 million project in terms of the scope that we have to do, which was the outstanding scope. And the kind of contractors who participate in that space, if they are disrupted, it ends up impacting them negatively, and sometimes it takes them a long time to recover. But we are committed, and we believe we are on the right path. And as well, Chair, I think it's important that I appreciate the support of the chairperson of this committee, yourself, and the chairperson of the Education Committee in terms of the support lended on the project following the visit that was done. In terms of Nansfield, Honorable Chair and members, the project is a construction of a smart school in Eldorado Park, and is located in Ward 17 and 18 in the Johannesburg area in the province. And as well, this project is designed is based on our prototype, and it has design capacity to accommodate 1,200 learners. And it is a standard and a norm that our projects must make provision to encourage local participation, skills development, and SMME participation. The contractor for completion of this project is a SMC Construction and Building, who were appointed on the 17th of April 2024. The site was handed over in August 2024. And the professional team involves KRMS, Ngoti, and SKCM, who started participating in the project in June 2022. I think it's important, Chair, that we as well highlight this is a completion project. The original contractor were terminated after they failed, and then as well, members of the professional team were terminated because some of the issues were attributed to their poor performance. Original contract duration is 12 months. The original completion date on this project is the 30th of September 2025. So the contractor is on course. Of course, we noted some delays. There were instances, Chair, where the contractor ordered roof sheeting, but the supplier ran away with their money, and it became a hide and seek, and it was a very unfortunate situation. But ultimately, the contractor managed to place new orders with a different supplier. As well, there were elements of inclement weather. We had instances where it rained more than usual and on long-term basis. The other issues that I must just indicate, there is a CLO, there is a project steering committee on the project, and there is continuous stakeholder consultation. Of course, in a community space, there are always energies that need to be managed through stakeholder management. There are as well issues of the budget availability for this financial year, which is 67 million. Cumulative expenditure on the project is 37 million. And the type of contract that we are using is JPCC, and the overall project progress is 34. The overall project progress is 44%. I think some of the
Tate
details-
Slepe, sorry, if you can just pause there a bit. There is an urgent issue that we need to attend. Let me get you, my brother.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Kiabona litile mo Tshwane mo, but now we are a little bit lost about Tshwane because of now remote Joburg, while now get to lose Joburg and Tshwane do it because of now the report that we are getting here, get to go Joburg. Whilst we got problems are in other infrastructure in Tshwane. So maybe if it's possible, refocus on Tshwane. Because there's a problem with Tshwane infrastructure. Joburg, let it be Joburg, but the cabinet go Joburg. Because then I'm you cannot look at go Joburg at Libya.
Kialebo my brother, for that view. Colleagues, when we started this meeting, I did mention that we are going to run it in a legislature fashion. That's point number one. Point number two, we then presented the agenda, which we adopted. Point number three, the presentations that we are currently taking are provincial. So as much as I understand your cries, colleagues, the first 5 may not be a Tshwane schools or projects. The second 5 will be Tshwane schools and projects. But the main fact is that this meeting is a provincial meeting. So as much as Tshwane people feel or these are issues such Joburg and Ekurhuleni, those people are here from Joburg and Ekurhuleni because we are dealing with those issues. So if we can just help each other, I think the presentation was at the last school. Then immediately we are going to engage on those 5 reports. Then immediately we'll take the second 5, and I think the second 5 is mostly Tshwane projects. So I thought we must note that, and it's important, but your cries are indeed noted. Thank you very much. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Person. Just to indicate that I think I've spoken to issues of the inclement weather. Of course, Chair, as well as we deal with this project, you know, whenever you have a contractor who's a completion contractor, there will be element of things that they discover on site. Some is because the work was standing for some time. There might be some remedial work necessary. Some, there might be element of hidden quality issues that they uncover as they go. And those are some of the issues that we are addressing. And then, of course, there are continuously SMM issues that would arise that get addressed. We've noted that in some instances you have stakeholders that communicate outside the structured processes. You have the project steering committees, you have officials, you have project teams, but sometimes people will go to varied platforms to engage. But all what we do is whatever matters, irrespective of how they are raised or whatever channel followed, we ensure that they are engaged and the issues get resolved. And I just want to move to this part where we're just showing different progress per area or per key area or trades, and that is part of the work that we do, and that is part of the overall progress. And then this is just a pictorial that shows where are we in terms of the overall works. I think, Chair, from here, you asked that we go to Beggarsdal, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, this is Beggersdal, which is a facility in the Rand West municipality, and it entails construction of a socially integrated facility, which includes administration block, age day care center, early childhood development center, and there's external works, and there's all associated electrical, mechanical, and the civil works that goes with the project. There's just details, this provides the details in terms of the project background and status. The contractor on the project is Komu Property Developers, and the project is in construction, and the site was handed over in 2018 November. The commencement date was November 2018. The original completion date was November 2019, as the original contract was 12 months. The contract sum was 48 million, and the total approved variations were 33 million, with the total revised contract value of 82 million, and expenditure to date is 65 million. And the ECE allocation for this period is 6.1 million, as well with the revised budget allocations that happened. We'll see if there's any adjustment that needs to be done to these figures. The progress percentage to date is 93 million. Chair, I think it's important to as well indicate that this project experienced a number of challenges. We had a consulting professional team in the name of CEDA Consulting and Project Management were appointed by the department, and the contractors, Komu Properties, as I've indicated. However, due to performance challenges, the PSP were terminated on the project, and they were replaced with departmental officials. As you are aware, Chair, we have internal built environment professionals, and in this instance, we thought it necessary that we deploy them to take over the completion, and as well that will help us reduce the risk of any additional cost exposures in that regard. So the team did all the necessary assessments on the project and worked with the contractor, because the project was on hold for some time following the delayed approval of extension of times and associated approvals, which delayed the work significantly. And now, in terms of the challenges that we are dealing with, there's issues of incomplete and non-compliant works information. That is what led to the termination of the PSPs, because the design information, works information, some of the work that they did was not necessarily compliant, and when those things were discovered, unfortunately they were not that cooperative to correct those and to acknowledge responsibility. We had to part ways, and of course I must indicate here that there are other processes from a legal perspective and cost recovery that will follow that. It doesn't mean that by termination is case closed. So that resulted in the team that took over having to do all the corrective design work and ensuring that there's alignment. There's been instances where, yes, challenges in terms of some payment delay challenges, and as well, there are still issues that we are addressing. Although we are given permission to occupy, there are still formalities from a town planning perspective that are still being done. This information here just depicts local participation in terms of EPWP participation from men, women, youth, people with disability, and those are the figures that we're working on. And as well, it depicts cumulative number of days that talks to 13,337 total work days that were worked there, and the total of 66 jobs created across the demographic figures. These are just the pictorials that show some of the work that is being done, but all the buildings, like we're at 93%, the buildings are standing, and they're busy with the finishes, and we are expecting that by end of August, we should be out of the space. The biggest thing that delays us in terms of that particular timeline, Chair, is the fact that the municipality, in terms of them connecting power, they said they can only guarantee, not necessarily guarantee, but we should look at about August. We need that power to do live or full load commissioning of those projects. Chair, if I'm correct, that should bring us to the end of the first batch, and it is 4 projects excluding the Randfontein, which I indicated that it is a project that was withdrawn.
Thank you very much, Ntate Slepe. Randfontein was withdrawn from our report because the GDE has now taken it over, so they are the ones expected to report on it. Let me quickly, without any waste of time, call Lakeside to come in front. If there is anyone from Lakeside, I think I saw Principal here. Simunye Secondary School, if they are here. Beckersdale Center, Old Age Home, if they are here. And Mansfield Primary School project, so that they quickly make their submissions so that we can take the other 5 reports. Thank you very much. Can we get the mic in front?
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone.
For the benefit of the meeting, Principal, just please introduce yourself correctly. We do know you from the committee level, but this community may not be aware. Thank you.
So, once again, good afternoon. I'm Mr. Jansen, Principal of Lakeside Primary School in Ekurhuleni South District. So, Lakeside's infrastructure was okay. And then we were selected by GDE to become part of this renovation program. So the project started in 2022. It was supposed to end December 2022. It's 4 years down the line, and the project is still incomplete. So when you hear about major renovations that's going to take place at a no-fee school, you are very excited. But to be honest with you, this blessing turned into a curse. It became a nightmare. Currently, we're sitting with a lot of incompleted work, outstanding works, but especially poor workmanship and bad materials that were used. If you look at our ablution facilities, for instance, when you walk into the ablution facilities, we had porcelain toilets. They replaced it with zinc toilets. They took out the zinc hand basins and replaced it with porcelain. So I don't know, or I don't understand. So I also would like clarity on the prototype that they choose for certain schools. So that is part of my, one of my questions. Yes, we did send a lot of emails through to Gauteng legislature because at the moment, our school is left incomplete and very unsafe. In a way, we feel that our school should actually close down because of the poor workmanship, especially when it comes to electricity, because we have limited to no electricity to some of the classrooms. Also, the plumbing issues. As a no-fee school, we had to spend a lot of money in the last 2 years since the project has been abandoned. So we had to spend money that we don't have just to get our school into a safe and in a conducive way. So we're moving now to the third contractor. And we want to make sure that this time around, we will definitely not get a raw deal. I saw something on the slide that the principal removed things from the laboratories. I have proved that I've sent letters where we ask for the laboratories to be converted back into normal classrooms because of space. So I have that proof. Because somehow I feel there's a lot of blame games taking place. Yes, the project was disrupted by a lot of businesses, business forums, but also from the beginning, there was very poor supervision and monitoring from the start. Monies were paid out, I believe, for work not done. I've seen on all the projects, they said this was the amount allocated for the project, but at Lakeside, I don't see how much money is left, and that is my question. Will more money be made available? Because if you look at the original scope of work, and where we are now, I don't know what is the percentage of completion for Lakeside. Because according to me, the percentage of completion should be 10%. So still 90% of the work must still be done, or fixed, or restored. So that is my question. Will more money be made available for this project in order for us to be, how can I say, where everything is up to standard? Because I really feel as a school, we got a raw deal. 55 million is a lot of money. You can do a lot with 55 million, but if you walk into our school, I don't even think 5 million was spent there. So somebody must be accountable for this. If you look at the stats for the since 2022, Lakeside Primary School is one of the top 5 highest demand schools in Gauteng. You can go to the stats. When it comes to academics, we are a top school. When it comes to sports, we are a top school. But when it comes to infrastructure, it doesn't match up. And I speak on behalf of the African child. As a department, we failed our kids. We have failed the African child because this will never happen anywhere else. And this is a no-fee school. I feel that our children deserve the best, and I speak on behalf of them. So, yeah, that is all I have to say, but I definitely want to have clarity on this one. Will more money be made available to Lakeside Primary School? Because there's no way that you can have a school that is functional, then you get renovations for 55 million, and then you are worse off. It can't be. It can never be. When you hear renovations, you must be better off. You can't be worse off than before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal. Let's take the next question. My sister.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mrs. Skutter, SGB component for Lakeside Primary School. My question has always been, when we met the 13th of February, who is going to take responsibility if a learner gets hurt, a teacher gets hurt, since the school is non-functional? That is one of my questions. And then my second question is, this year the Department of Education have shifted the municipal bill to the schools. The school has a water crisis and an electrical crisis in regards to the construction. With this bill raising up, who is going to take responsibility to compensate that? Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Next question.
Good morning. My name is Susan Mavasa, the principal of Nansville Primary School in El Dorado Park. And I was looking at the slides there. They said this project started initially in 2022. It's not. The project started in March 2020 during COVID. Immediately when COVID started, that is when CCB started with the contract. And then after 2 years, the contract with CCB, it was terminated. And then I found out from Quick Space where they came, they were demanding their containers because DID didn't pay for the containers. We had back and forth meetings with Quick Space and the community of El Dorado Park regarding Quick Space wanted to remove the containers. And then we had a meeting with CCB where we ask, DID, where we ask them the question regarding the termination of CCB. The reason was it was terminated due to poor performance. And then now looking at the slides there, they spoke about someone ran away with the money. That is what, it's not the answer that we were given. When we asked, is there still money with regard to the rebuilding of the school, we were told they pay according to the work done. And then now we are currently on the decaying site. The containers, when it's cold, they are very cold. When it's hot, they are extremely hot. Can the child listen to an educator in a cold condition where there's no aircons? It's very cold. We cannot use heaters. Reason we cannot use the heaters, we are sharing electricity with the neighboring school. And then now currently, we are given back the function 21D by the Department of Education, of which we need to pay for water and electricity. We must also do the maintenance. How are we going to do the maintenance? We call CCB, Quick Space. They were supposed to come and do maintenance on the classrooms or the containers. For the past year, including this year, maintenance was never done. When we called them, they came to the school and then they promised to do maintenance. They only came, did assessment. After doing assessment, they came back with quotation that cost 133,000. Yet we are non-fee school. Where are we going to get money to pay 133,000 to do maintenance plus labor? And labor is excluded from that quotation that they gave to us. And yet we need to pay again for water and electricity because the Section 21D was given back to the school. That is the frustration that we are sitting with as a school. If they can speed up the process of rebuilding our school, we're not going to worry about maintenance because we know we are moving into the new school where teaching and learning will take place at all time. So, and then we look at the burglary. There's no proper security. When you look at the back, anyone can come in and they vandalize. Some of the classrooms doesn't have electricity, and then it's too dark for the kids to see what's happening in the classrooms. They can't see properly on a chalkboard because now maintenance is not done by Quick Space, and then according to the lease agreement, they were supposed to come, when they renew the contract, they're supposed to come and do maintenance before each and every year, but maintenance is not done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal. Utamaile also mobile. Okay. We're going to take the responses. Ntate Slepe. Okay. Hey. Member has a question. Member. She wants to be a principal now.
Thank you, Chair. I'm the new principal as well, on behalf of our constituency. I just need to make a few follow-ups, especially on Lakeside. Because continuously, not Lakeside, actually all the schools, there is also this thing of vandalism. Are they not, the DID, are they not securing budget for security to prevent such when it comes to schools? That will be all.
Thank you, Member Masilela. Over to you, Mr. Slepe.
No, thanks, Chairman. Maybe let me start with the last question from the Honorable Member, Masilela. Generally, safety or security budgets are part of the school operational budgets and are matters that are handled by Department of Education and the schools through the allocations that are made to the schools and associated processes. So as GDID, we do not provide any security in that regard. However, in construction projects, yes, we, as part of the project costs, there will be security arrangements that goes with the projects. So, meaning that there might be varying situations depending on what is at play in a particular environment. Chair, with regard to the discrepancy in relation to Nensfeld, we'll ensure that, yes, we'll ensure that that is aligned. And as well, the issues that have been raised regarding the mobile units, the rental units, will make effort to ensure that there's engagement with the service providers and ensure that the school is assisted in reaching out to the service provider. But as well, we'll just ascertain as to, from a contract management perspective, as to who's responsible in that regard. Because sometimes, yes, it can be a tedious exercise if they are just approached without that contractual clarity. And Chair, we acknowledge that for as long as Nensfeld is not complete, the school will remain exposed to the challenges of operating from a mobile unit. But with the progress that we've made, with the contractor that we have on site, we are satisfied that we are moving in the right direction. And before the end of this calendar year, they would have occupied their school, and that is what we are looking forward to ensure that it's delivered. With regard to Lakeside, to the school management, like the team from GDID is committed, will continuously engage with you to ensure that there's proper and common understanding on all aspects. We'll facilitate that you are further taken through everything in terms of what was delivered, in terms of associated costs, to ensure that any areas of non-alignment, areas of lack of common understanding are threshed out. I think it is very critical that we do that, so that if there's anything that is interpreted differently or anything that you feel is not understood, we clear those things. And if there's anything that needs to be followed up or further drilled down, we do that, because we obviously operate transparently, and it is important that we take you along when we deal with that. Chair, of course, it is true. The situation at the school is inconveniencing, and we are happy that with the support and the commitment from the law enforcement, they will be intimate with our delivery process in the area, and we hope and believe that that will help us, that when we get the new contractor, we hit the ground running to bring this to conclusion, and we'll do all the endeavor. We'll endeavor to ensure that whatever process that we follow helps us complete all these works as soon as possible. There are issues of bills that are mentioned. We'll look into that in terms of detail so that we understand, because the manner in which they were presented, I could not get it very clear, but the only way to do justice around it is we look into the details, and if there's anything that has to do with the project delivery, we ensure that it's properly apportioned. And of course, with the rising cost of living, yes, everybody is bearing the brunt of additional costs, and some of those pressures obviously are the pressures that goes with Department of Education, but we'll do everything within the areas that we operate to ensure that we don't add an unnecessary burden to the school. Chair, I hope I've covered everything in terms of these questions. And once more, I just want to commit that we'll continue engaging with the school to ensure that we are fully aligned. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Slepe. And to the schools, implement what Lakeside is doing. They update us on what is happening. So as and when we move to areas, we would want these progress reports for obvious reasons. So it's important that you take us through also as the committee, because today we come here, we get a report, and then you okay the report yourselves and you say, no, it's fine, it's correct. And then tomorrow when we visit the school or the facility, we find that it's different from what would have been reported. So it's important that as stakeholders, you also take us through so that we jointly do the monitoring together so that the outcome becomes what we all want. Thank you very much for that set. We are going to take our last set. Our last set is Tubelihle High, is the Sampato Secondary School, is Rivoningo Primary School, it's Maibuye Clinic, and Amogelang Secondary School. If we can get those briefs. I'm told people of Mr. Koprizi are also arriving outside to prepare. So if we can just very high level, because we'll still want members of the community to engage the reports. Thank you very much. Over to you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. On Tubelihle, Chair, this completion contract, the school is in Jabavu, Soweto. We had issues with the previous team of PSPs and the contractor, and then we had to part ways with them, and then we had to get a team in terms of the contractor is Sikis Transport and Projects, and the PSPs SQET, VISH, INSIG, and Arengo 6, and Oshana, including GoTeam. That is the team that, the original contract duration is 8 months, and obviously the scope includes, is just the finalization of all the outstanding works from the previous contract. And we have undertaken all the necessary activities. The contract value is 90 million. We have CLOs, we have the site that was handed over 31 October 2024, and which was as well the start date. And then we expect the contractor to complete on the 30th of August 2025. The progress to date is 30%. The contractor has been moving well, except that there's been areas of challenges that sometimes are linked to issues of inclement weather, the cash flows. There has been issues with material procurement, the supplier reliability, and this is emerging and is becoming a common thing with suppliers, where we must warn our contractors to do proper verification when they go to people, because they'll pay deposit and find that materials don't get delivered. So we've been on constant engagement with the contractor, and we ensure that all payments are processed in time, which is a norm. And then as well, we are pushing for proper planning and coordination with the suppliers and the school, because this are happening within a live school. This just depicts the areas of progress per trade, and to a large degree that depicts where we are in terms of the project. And but we are confident that everything should go as planned, and if there's anything that hinders, we'll handle it in line with the contract. But within the current contract, we don't expect any failure. In terms of Sampato chairperson, the contractor there is Yahweh Construction and Projects. The PSP is Kwenamnaring, and the project is major upgrades and additions. The site was handed over in 2021, 23rd September. The original completion was February 2023. Revised completion was March 2025. The contract amount is 133 million, and the payments to date is 66 million. Chair, just want to move back and I think there's something that's a bit mixed up somewhere. Let me just check. Okay. Chair, what I'm going to do, just to explain on this project of Yahweh, the contractor, obviously, we had situations that have been protracted in Chen that involved the contractor poor performance. Initially, we terminated them, and ultimately, after termination, they presented an intervention plan that resulted in the withdrawal of the termination. The contractor mobilized the resources. However, since they came back on board, although they managed to pay everybody, we had many stoppages. We have not realized progress as envisaged. For the past few weeks, there were stoppages. I think they might have resumed works in the past, somewhere early this week. And we're going to have engagement with them. But if they continue on the path that they've adopted, there's a high risk that the works run a very high risk that they might be terminated. We are watching them closely and we'll be having a high-level engagement with them sometime next week because we have given them ample time. The arrangement that we did initially was intended to ensure that whatever intervention was made did not escalate the cost. But with what we've seen, there remains a high risk that if they don't jack up, there's a high likelihood of termination. That remains the risk that we're talking about. Chair, with regard to, I think I spoke to issues of Beggars Dal. I'm just going to ask one of my colleagues to talk to Amwelang because it's not on the program. If you can just talk to it in terms of where are we? Mr. Mkadi, is it in your area? Oh, sorry, Chair.
Yeah, let's do yours and then we'll do Amwelang as the last one. There's Reboningo, there's it's about 4 schools we're doing. You've given us Tubelihle, you've given us Sampato, you need to give us Reboningo, and then you will give us
yes, Chair.
The Amwelang is the last one. Yeah, so if you can also give us the Maibuye Clinic project.
Yes, no, my apologies, Chair. I think because we went through them not in the original sequence, somewhere I think I missed some. Yes, I'll go through I'll take you through Rivoningo, Chair. Okay, Chair, Rivoningo is a project that is currently in planning. It involves, it's basically a comprehensive refurbishment and rehabilitation project, which was necessitated by extensive vandalism and structural deterioration of the facility. Obviously, with such deterioration that impacts occupational health and safety in the school, the project was initially identified in 2020, resulting in the project scope being formally confirmed in 2022, which ultimately expanded to include the demolition of some of the existing corrugated metal sheeting structures and the construction of new durable brick and mortar classrooms designed to support inclusive education. The scope further incorporates development of specialized facilities, including multi-purpose nutrition center, a fully equipped computer laboratory, the library, the science labs, and also the upgrade of administrative blocks, sports fields, and associated infrastructure. And as well, it includes a detailed decanting plan. The overall approach ensures that the delivery of modern, safe, and conducive environment is created. So far, we have got Just Right Consulting and AM Consulting and Cuisine Projects as part of the team. And the project start date is January 2021. And the expected completion of the procurement stage. This is very important because it can cause confusion, meaning that we are at procurement documentation stage, and we expect that by the end of this month, we'll conclude that. And these are some of the costs involved, including the PSP's payments of all different trades of 12.1 million. Chair, in terms of this particular project, that is where we are, but I need to indicate that there is, among others, a termination of a PSP that we are busy with, who are AM Consulting, who have not been doing very well, and that is one of the things that are affecting the project. The other risk associated with this project, Chair, is the fact that there's high risk on the GDE side in relation to the budget. The budget, the GDE team is looking at the budget. With all these reallocations, they are looking at the budget to see which schools can ultimately go forward. Basically, that is where we are with Revoningo in terms of the works that needs to be done then. I don't know which other project. I think we are left with Maibuya Clinic, if I'm not mistaken, and then I'll ask Mr. Machinin to come and take you through the Maibuya Clinic. Yes, she's the one that we are just for. Yeah, this one is the last one, Chair. The one that Machinin will present.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. I'm just going to take you through to Maibuya Clinic. I'm going to be quick. The project is Maibuya Clinic with the estimated budget of 108 million. And I'm just going to ensure that at least I give the progress to date, since I think we have been presenting the Maibuya Clinic for quite some time. And the challenges are known. So the stage 1 report, inception report, has been completed and signed off and approved by GDID. And currently we are on concept and viability, which then was submitted to GDID on the 1st of April. So we are still waiting for an approval. We had a meeting on the 25th of May, where they've highlighted some comments, and those comments have been addressed, and we are still waiting for that approval. So when you look in terms of the key deliverables and milestones on Maibuya, firstly, it will be the stage 1 report, which was approved. But however, I also need to indicate that since then, the PSPs, or the professional team, the QS, for that report, which was approved in 2023-2024, they have not been paid to date. So then also that includes the work that was done on the structure that is currently on site, where they needed to perform the test. That work has not been paid as well. The PSPs are still waiting for their money. And then we have then submitted that concept report, which we are still waiting for the approval from GDID. Once we have the concept report approved, then we will then go to a detailed design, then tender documentation. Therefore, there, when you look in terms of the presentation, we are unable to put the dates in terms of when are we expecting these activities to be completed, but we have put the number of days because we are not sure when the client is going to approve. As you are aware that each and every gate, we need to get an approval from the client, but however, it takes too long for approvals, so we therefore decided that we'll only put days after the approval of those documents. Then we've got the procurement and site handover, the anticipation there that our procurement will take 90 days, and then the construction period is going to be 18 months, and then we'll complete, or the works to close out, it will be 90 days after that. So we have highlighted the risk, the delays on the payment of the PSPs by the client, and then number two is the delays on the approval of the gate stages. The existing structures is exposed to excessive weather conditions which may affect the structural integrity should the approval and the procurement of the contractor take longer. There are also no clause by health care services for the community, and the delays in the implementation will have a direct impact. So here, when you look in terms of the mitigation plan, of which it's something that we have been advocating for or proposing, that at least we need to have quarterly tranches transferred to GDOH to mitigate the challenges of non-payment of the service providers. And we also need GDOH at least to expedite the approval of the documents 14 days after they've been submitted, and also DID to expedite the procurement of the contractor and receipt. So I think on my buoy, that should be all, but also to clarify the issues that I think there was also a confusion in terms of the engagements between DID and GDOH. That was for Kutsong South. In terms of my buoy, we are still engaged in on each and every stage. We have not yet reached the procurement stage where now we've got the contractor, so it's still an early stage. So I believe that was meant for Kutsong South. And then in terms of, I think, the presentation, Chair, that's where I will stop, and then I will respond to question. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mashinin, for that detailed brief on the Simone Clinic. Colleagues who are going to take submissions from the stakeholders, Sampato, Tulihle, Simone Clinic, Revoningo, and Amokhela. If leaders, you can come to front so that we can raise issues in relation to the report. I would want to make a request that at least, I know we have many issues, but let's try and just be on time so that we also respect the funeral that must take place tomorrow, so that they start preparations. So what I will do, I'll start from my left to my right. Name, where you come from, and then we can go the issues in. Without any waste of time, we can do that. We had prepared to go out at 2:22. Obviously, we won't go out at 2, but we'll try and finish on time so that the people who want to prepare inside can come in.
Dumelang. Nna ka lebitso ke Moagaisi Mosala. Councilor ya ko Ward 27 ko Manseville. Ko my boy clinic. Chair, let me start by saying this to the portfolio. From where I'm seated, I'm very disappointed. The report has been like this for the past 24 months. The only thing that changes is the dates. But it's been like that for more than 24, since I've been a councillor, by the way. And I'm, right now, maybe I'm at the exit door, but the report is still the same. The only thing, the date changes from this month to that other month, changes from this month to that, but there's nothing that is moving. Can we please be taken serious? Can we please be taken serious? Because it's not like we can't read. This report, there's nothing that has changed. And I'm not sure, because in that particular site, we've got a security company that has been paid to guard that site. For now, I'm not sure how much we've been spent just only for the security. but there's nothing that is happening. In terms of progress and everything, there's nothing that is happening. And I've been asked to come here. I thought maybe I'll get some good news, but only to find that I was called for the same report from 2023. Even last year, the report was the same. Today, the report is still the same. On the presentation that started, when we started to present here, I saw there was something under the petitions that talks to my word thing. It was say completed. I don't understand what was completed under that part, yeah, the petition. It was saying completed, but there's nothing that was said. It's only completed. Can I get a clarity? What was completed? Because if there was a petition submitted, that petition was supposed to be presented back to us as we submitted it. In fact, Chair, the last part that I wanted to talk to is on the part of the schools, Chair. In short, I saw in one of the reports, especially on Simuni, the report says the contractor or the contract is being applied for termination. That's been said. Now, I'm worried because of, even in my word clinic, that was what one was suffering today. It was because of the termination of the contractor. Today, we are still suffering. Now, when they are terminating the contractors, don't they have a plan, or they are just terminating for the sake of our communities to suffer, or what is happening? Yes, they are planning to terminate, but what is the plan B? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Musala.
Dumelang bagolo. O buang o ke Lebo monna khotla. Ke na le company e go teng ke KHM Plant Hire and Project. Re wa rona o ntse o presenta ka mo ke a utlwa wa bua. Maka ga se khumo bagolo. Maka ga se khumo. Re o feleditse go tla leng ko Maiboy clinic. O feleditse go tla leng. O rakeditse gape re le ko Magalisburg 2023. Nthere ke maka. Hana re le kwa le rile la project ya Maiboy. Madi a teng a kana ka 46.8 million. No yana kutwa o bua ka madi a mang gape a tsitsibanya mmele. Ke batla go itse re madi a ne le bua ka ona ka 2023 a ile ko kae. Ga jana kutwa o bua ka 108 million rent ne. 1.8. Yanong bagolo ke kopa go botsa gore re kante le re tsayang ko tleliniking ya Maiboy. Bagolo ba rona yana ga ke bua ba tsama tleliniki ko toropong ba tlogela ga rena tleliniki ko Maiboy. Tleliniki e leng teng ko Manzivile bagolo ke kopa le teng le tlo go e bona re go tlala yang. Bagolo ba tswa ka 4 o'clock ba ile go fola 4 o'clock wa masa bagolo ga rena ditleliniki. Ke ra le nna ga ke riana ga nka rola di butsitse lo bona mabantishi a mabedi mo maotong. Re lapile ke makalona. Re lapile. Ke utlwa gona nong o bua ka PSP gore gona le di risks mo payment e le dira mabapi le eng. Ke eng payment e le dira la re client what payment of PSP client department le re ke risk. Re lapile ga le sa batla gore fa clinic ga ke tsore le duletseng ko di officing. Mosola wa lona wa go dula ko di officing ke eng? Le sheba di computer ebe le re la bereka. Mosola wa lona go gore le tsong ko di officing le ngo bathong a ke re la re berekela ga le re berekele. Wena kgwedi fela wa kgona o na le di-medical rona ba reducing fela ke eng ke kopa le bakanyeng taba e bagolo re lapile ke maaka a lona re lapile and nna ke batla go itse 46 million e tlatsa mo go ele ya 1.8 e ile kae re lapile gona nonyana di-budget a ke re di tswile setse le bua se seng gape go katiwa ditena kwa go katiwa ditena di a katiwa o tlhola o tla kwa no tla mo jareng e la 2023 o tla ka double cap no yana nix ba gaetsho ga re dithoto ma-Afrika se reng gore le tshamke ka matshelo a rona re ne re le tshepa ga jaana re sa tlhole re le tshepa thank you.
Dumelang o buang ke Papi Boikanyo from Manzeville extension 4 ba buile council ke a leboga gore ba startile re mashishe re frustratiwa ke community le nna ke part ya community council wa rona o feleletsa a sena dikarabo tsa rona because of each and every day ba mo dimagage ga ile gore ya pala tleliniki ya ka mme a bua batho ba le ga ile gore tshwanetse re itsele molao mo matsogong re tlo ba ntsha batho ba le ba security then ke se kgwafela fale re na le bana re na le bagolo ba ba double up fale last go na le motho ipoleileng ka fo teng ka fale a sa boniwe because of setse le ganga go matlotla re sa itse gore ke a eng so batho ba kwatile ga ba sa batla next so ke kopa gore ka jeko o re bole dinako tse ntse di presenter fana di kgakala thata we can't wait nako eo gape because of we have been re itshokile sebaka se se telele thata so re kopa gore kliniki e nne teng or e sa nna teng re itse gore ga iyo re kgone acta gape re itse gore ga re sa tlhole re na le kliniki re ka se tlogele bagolo ba rona tshwanetse ke mo khape ka maoto a ye ko tleliniking go gakala a tsoge ka fole ngwana sekolo ga a sa tsamaya ka nako eo so re kopa gore tswetswe re thuseng gore kliniki e be teng jaaka mme a tlhalosa re tswa pleke e one ga e le gore reporto e fana 3 years back ko magale se re file yone gape reporto e gona no yana o tla ka difiga tse di ngata tse re ka se tlhole re di emela so re kopa gore ka jeko o re fe time frame e ntseng sentle gore ga re tswafa e be re tlhaloganya story tsa rona because of community se tse emi ka maoto ga e sa batla next ke a leboga
ke rata go dumedisa ba botlhe ba leng ka mogare our leaders o bua mo ke Johanna Phiri. I'm also from extension 4 Manzimville mo e leng gore really I'm frustrated. I feel gore mo ke le mo teng I can fall at any time because my human rights di a gatakelelwa. Health issue is a very important issue. We can't always come here to come really more talk show about Manzimville Clinic. We are not stepchildren as my bureau residents. When you look, library is containers. You come to school after 10 years. We were promised that they will build the school for my boy. Now is the clinic. Where must we live or where must we run to? Ntate Machinin. Le rre ke lebetse sefane ntate.
Ntate Slepe.
Ntate Slepe. La presenter. Mona kere. But now I want to ask why monitoring and evaluation ile ko kae? And also the contractors tarona ha re di lebella hona no. It's like money is being spent to that contractor hore imi develop because I develop a community around. The second contractor comes. And ko department ya lona, le bua ebile le confident ka hore ha ba patelwa batho. Why ba sa patelwe? Some of the issues are di lebelle hore di kanne ra re tshireletsa, re kanne ra di risk di teng, but also they point at us. Now I ask department to improve, but I'm telling you where I am. I'm one of the residents, Ottoman Clinic yako Krugersdorp Central. I'm not working, but I need to get a taxi keko. In rainy season, you can't cross our leaders. You can't cross to Manzanville because hona le molapo. Where must we go? We need answers today. We need to revolve. We must not say we are waiting, we are waiting, we are waiting. Till when? Till we die. And our children will come after us and also die. We are waiting, we are waiting. We are tired of waiting. We need implementation and implementation at all. Thank you.
Dumelang bagolo. Yo o buang yo ke o tlotleng Ephraim Mabilo ke tswa ko Ward 27 ko Mansonville, and then ke tswa ko makgatlong ba re ke wa SANCO, South African Civic, it's not a political party. I don't know what to say, Chairman. I'm very, very, very disappointed with GDID. You know, you engaged with respect. At some point, we even engaged Tatema Shishi. We bring Tatema Shishi. We brought what you call I don't know, it's an HOD, health department in one place, because we were about to be. I think we were sick and tired of people playing games with us. They were blaming each other. If you meet DID says it's Kikiriki Department of Health. If you go to health, they say it's DID. So we brought these people together at the highest level. I mean, if you brought the Temashishi and you brought the HOD, those people are at the highest level. You should be able to see, if they respond to the Matatarna Lona Clinic, they should be able to have answers at this point. The last time we met those people was last year, May, go district office. And they promised us that on a quarterly basis, they will call a meeting to come and report to us about the progress of the clinic. So the report that Temashisha presented today, our Tulamudi, Lagotaraya School, it is the same report in Arfayone last year. District, yeah, the stage 5. We are still stage 5. And these are Africans, our brothers, but they do this to us. Secondly, the portfolio committee, I don't know how many times we've been there. I mean, we can't just blame Tatema Shishi. You must as well blame you. How many times we've been there? 2 times. 2 times. And what are you doing? Nothing. Nothing. And now I think because if you look at the presentations you drew, Department of Health, the Department of GDID, palona the project. The project GDID trying to implement health implement. You don't know what is happening here. And Rona kwa Rasafar. we are suffering. Kopa le re tseye serious, Ntate Mashishi, kopa le re tseye- Ntate Mashinini, sorry for pronouncing your surname incorrectly, Ntate. Our kopa le re tseye serious ntleng. Please take us serious. As Sanko, we're at the point now, chairperson and the portfolio committees. I think 2 weeks ago, we had a march at the provincial level, and then we moved from Mansonville and we went to join the march and asked the province, Yasanko, to put that item at clinic on the march. As I'm speaking to you, it's at the table of Premier Panyasa Lesufi, that march. It's sitting there. And I hope MEC Ralohoko, she will get an SMS to say, "Oh my word, there's a problem with clinic." And we are telling you now, Chairperson, we are telling you now, you can take this message with you and your portfolio committee. We are going to make sure that we are going to hold accountable in whatever way or form under the law. We are not going to break anything. We are not going to, but if we have to march now, I mean, we even use the IDP last to help municipality to help us. Because people are crying. Memora ke o tle go go rona kwa o tsaya dipilisi tsa high blood. Ko Manseville, he has to wake up at 5 o'clock so that I can go number 1 go clinic. And she will come back about 3 o'clock the whole day. So in short, I just want to say, Ntate Mashinini, please return seriously. Now I'm really disappointed. I'm really, I'm sure you do the meetings in the district. Mari, with the report, if we present a fact, my way clinic, our now, I think from now on, Ntate Chairperson, Ntate Mashinini, we will demand the report from. I think I must get your emails. We will demand the report on a quarterly basis about the progress at clinic ya Komaibo. Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I am standing here as the principal of one of the schools in Soweto, Tubelite High School. I've been the principal of that school for almost 11 years. Actually, on the 14th of this month, I'll be 11 years as the principal of the school. Tubelite is one of the best schools around Soweto in terms of the results. We are performing. We have never been below 80. We have been around 90s and so forth. The unfortunate case is where we are as the school in terms of infrastructure. It is disappointing. It is frustrating. You know, just to share with you, Chair, you have been there. I believe it's average 3 times being in that school. Our role is 1.3 learners. We have 25 mobile classes. 10 of the mobile classes, we were given that mobile classes from another school that in Brandfisher. Those mobiles have been there since 1994. Once again, 1994. They brought that dilapidating rusty mobiles to our school, 10 of them. Yes, we had additional 15 of those mobile classes. And then I just want to say this. Yes, of course, it has been average 6 years waiting for the school to be restored. Unfortunate case is we are at 30%, as they are saying. It was a contractor that was there before. Now the contractor was appointed because that other one did not do justice, and therefore they appointed a contractor on last year around October. It is at 30% where we are standing right now, 30%. And then the expectation to finish that project is August, meaning that we are left with 70% in 2 months. In 7 months, it was 30. And then in 2 months, 70 is going to be covered. So sad. If you can, one can just visit the school. It's so demoralizing. Educators are so demoralized. Because if you have to go to the class, you have to jump the dam. Why the dam? It's because the pipes are leaking. There's nowhere to go. In Madi, the learners have to jump, go through to the class, and so disappointed. I just want to mention it. One of the good days, HOD came to school and told me that the school is filthy dirty. Imagine when the learners are getting into the mud and then getting into the class. No pavement, nothing. We are having 17 mobile toilets. In this era, 17 mobile toilets, which are clean Tuesday and also Thursday. Not necessarily clean, drained. Because when I talk about cleaning, it's something else. In this era, the department gave us, GDE gave us 1.5 to build classes. We built that in 3 months. But that school, there is already a hall. It's a matter of roofing and doing whatever. So the challenge is either the department did not pay the contractor or somebody did not pay and so forth. Right now, it's almost the second week whereby there is nothing that is happening. Frozen. There's no one who's doing anything. Educators are here. They are frustrated. Imagine going to a class when it's overcast. You just go to the class and it's dark in that class because there is no electricity. There is no electricity. So challenging. We bought the generator. Each and every day, we spend average 500 rand in that or the generator. 500 rand because it starts from 8 o'clock up until 3 o'clock. Because we have to operate. The learners are writing right now. They are writing exams in dark classes. It's so sad. Contractor, they are not working, not paid. Workers are not paid. It all also goes to the community, extension towards the community, because they come to say that, no man, there's a lot of work here, we want work. They are also staging at the gate every day. There are parents who are staging at the gate, waiting for us to say that what is happening today. It's so frustrating. You'll bear testimony to that, Chair, to say that I normally say that I was bigger than this. For the past 10 years, now you can see now I'm becoming thinner and thinner. It's because of the challenge that we are having. We are so frustrated. I even said to other people to say that borrow me few years so that I can go for pension. Because it's so frustrating to wake up in the morning and then you go for challenge. Yes, there's a challenge right now. To buy petrol at some stages, you take it from your pocket because the budget does not allow. 500 a day. If you can pour 500 and then you go to Durban, I'm sure you will pour twice going that side because it's the whole day. Imagine now the generator from 8 o'clock up until 3 o'clock. We have 1.3 learners from that community. Are we saying that we are failing? We are failing the leaders of this country. If we start from there, it's so sad. You know, I normally raise my voice. You know very well. Even if somebody can come there, they know that. Even the MEC came, I raised my voice. You know. But right now, yes, I can say that I'm okay. My tone is now here. You know very well. So, but bahulu. I'm now developing gray beard now where I am. And then sometimes they even say that kitlasora like high blood. For that, yes, of course, because of Banabarona Babatu. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thanks, Principal.
Sanibonani nonke. Ngizonibonisa ngokuyihlalo zenu nonke together with the lovely audience. Igama lami uBrenda Mfasi. I am the chairperson or the chairlady of Tubelihle High School in the heart of White City. I think where I am, the principal has said it almost all. However, I will just tell there and there. Just to start with, nje, I always say, why us? Why a black child? If this was a school somewhere in Sentin, Mhlambe Crawford or anything of that nature, we wouldn't be experiencing that. And Tate Selepe, you will attest to what I'm saying. I talk to you almost whenever, whether it's telephonically, whether it's on email, whether it's on WhatsApp, Kibuwaluena, sharing my frustrations. Kaya, you will attest. Ntabisen, you can attest. With the very same question, Uguti, why Tina? Because at some point we feel Uguti, we are being taken from pillar to post. If it's not DID, I'll also, by the way, I also speak to the GDE, Vincent Jogodo. If it's not GDE, why not this? No, it's not us, it's the DID. DID, but GDE says this, no, it's not us. So, kahle kahle kudlalwa umrabaraba ngathi. Ngamalungelo womntwana womuntu omnyama. Like I always said, no one is doing us a favor at the end of the day. We are fighting for our rights, and I've always said, Uguti, I will not rest until ngibona lesa skolo sakhiwe. It's been more than 7, if not 8 years. My daughter started there, uze waphuma 2 years back. The school is still like that. My son is completing, I'm almost on my exit lane. The school is still the same. Remember, when you, whatever that you tell us, whatever among I personally, as the chairperson, I take it back to the parents and say, parents, this is where we are now. And come our next meeting, how agwenzagalanga, and parents coming back to us, so like the principal has said, every morning sizothola kunabazali abangekho happy by the school gate. I even went to an extent yokuthi I won't disclose igama lomuntu, but I had to get email address ka MEC uMatume ukuthi simbhalele manje ukuthi no, we cannot take this anymore, because where I am standing, or where we are standing as the SGB, as a Tubelihle High, for us to be taken for serious, kumele size sibe sibiza imedia. Like it happened one of the good years. If not 2-3 years back, we called the media, ngoba besesikhathele, sikhulume saze sathi, you know what, we are up to here. And then, guess what? The media came in the morning on 9. Steve Mabona was there on 11. Whereas we've been calling on them for the whole year, or whatever the case may be. But ngoba the only language I understand ayo yiyo leyo yokuthi kumele siyenze idrama. For ini, mhlambe chairperson, you will have answers ukuthi for ini, why us, what have we done? Why our kids? The mobile classrooms, the principal akhuluma ngawo, ungene classini, you see a hole, like so, a hole. What if umntwana uyanyathela laphayana uyalimala uyaphuka, who's going to take responsibility? Why us? Why a black child? Why lezinto zingenzeki eCrawford zenzeka eThubelihle, or why zenzeka eWhite City? By the way, again, the principal touched ukuthi Thubelihle is one of the best performing schools in Soweto. We come from 97%, by the way. Kodwa ngenxa yokuthi asiyitholi support abantwana bethu, our educators are being demoralized day in and day out. Akukho nix ebakhuthazayo. The only time uzobona i-HOD izile esikolweni is whereby ezosibeka amabala. Masenza kahle, they don't acknowledge us. To say, ay, tubelihle nisebenzile 97%, wow. But makuthiwa isikolo singcolile, why bengazibuza ukuthi kuze sifike la isikolo singcole so kwenzakaleni? So it's a pity ukuthi, like I've just said, ukuthi I'm on my exit lane. Kodwa I will not keep quiet for as long as itubelihle isasenjeyana. One way or the other, lesa skolo sizoba right. Like I said, no one is doing us a favor, especially under this democracy. Yimuphi umntwana ekusamele asebenzise i-pit toilet. But abayithu bayakwenza lokho. And our kids are so dedicated. They are at school together with their educators Monday to Monday. I mean Monday to Monday, not Monday to Saturday or Monday to Sunday. Monday to Monday, 6 to 6. Still under the same conditions. Kumele kuze kwenzakaleni. Ngiyabonga.
Dumelang. Ke Mr. Slow Mabulelang from Amohelang. The problem ere bona mo dikolong ke wa. Re na le bana ba ba more than 1,300 ko Amohelang. So go na le project e tshwantseng gore e thome e be e ya go iwe di class. That project I think it told. So I think it told me a reach or thomane. And then so re lebeletse gore bana ba le tshwantse ba kry di space tse enough. Iskatle ya tsia nako go tshwana kana le tuck shop e palwang ko thomiwe. And then se seng gape se re nang le sone. Re na le lebala le leholo le leng gore lebala le ka mkhoneng le leholo ka teng. Go ka khuriwa go iriwa di sports field. Bana ba kgona go itse gore he ba tswa go di classeng bo ya di marathoning bo tsanoka di bolo bo ira eng activities tsa di sports. But di mabala ao ha tlhokomediwe di mabea ya tletsa a hodile ka maholo mo e leng gore a re itse a government ha na tšhelete ya sports ona ya o lokisa mabala a di sports tsa gore he bana ba banya go tshameka di sports re be le di sports field na. Danke ke a leboga.
Ke a le dumedisa batswadi. Batswadi ba rena di leader tsa rena tse lo bane ka jeko di tlile gore ne di tle di kgone gore botsa gore go di halang go dikolong tsa rena. Ntwa mathomo ke nyaka o tseba gore ne why amoelang e se gona mo listing ya dikolo tse sa le tsaswa o tsalwa swa dikolo tse more than 4 ka mo Soshanguve ko Jubilee. Dikolo tse 4 tsa swa mara sa rena se amoelang ke sona se le gona beno se ka jekote gore ba thobile beke a go feta go lokela electric mo sekolong se. Office ya teng ba tiere batho ba o thako gole o bona ntwe ke ntshwenyang ke taba ya batho ba thanko gole motho wa o thako gole go dinage tsa go ntle a ka se o irele selo se se kaone. Ba tlisitse ma Nigeria fitla mola ya fitla ira pupuru mola ka speed and then ba se fetse sekolo sela project o ba o fa yona o tshwanetse o rene o thome we renovate o thoma ko mathomo and then o be o ifetse mara ye ya o rene ba tse masenke ba lokele eng ba renovate ka speed nyana and then di toilet a di teng plumbing a total a iteng mabona a teng batho ba le bo tsena bjang ka principal o tsena bjang ka mara office di container tsela since ba tsena ka mara di container neng ke ka le bo ma 8 years ntse ba berekela ka mara di container ntwe ya ntshwenya ka lebakela gore batho ba borena ba thoka mebereko mara ba tya motho wa ko nageng ya ko ntle then ba motisa mo go na le di small business mo tse di teng mo lo bana ka kgona go kgetha ntwe nna ke bonang ke bona motholo ka government ya rena ke bona motholo mongwe moholo gona benong office a se nke e berekile ka jeko and ngwana a tsena mo sekolong mole o kry-a le obane sekolo se file o fiele di-office a kgone go concentrate ga botse gore ne mara pleke re tlile go fisa dikolo or re tlile go ira ka lebakela gore o lebeletse sekolo sela gore ne se file sekolo sela ngwana o na le letshogo bana ba rena ba na le letshogo dilo tse di tshwana le tse ga se batho ba ba di kgona go di bona baetapele ba rena nko le ireng dilo tsa nnete le tlano tšhaitšhana ka rena ka mokgwa ba bolelang ka ona ntse o tsena o etswa o tsena o etswa ntse le re botsa maaka dilo tsa lena ga ona ntho e lokileng le ganyane nna le bileng ke ruteile pila ke tsere di-position tse tsa lena tse ne ke tla lebelela motho montsho gore motho montsho tshwanetse o thakae ka sokolo ka molopito a bala ka molopito mara a kgona go bala until ka jeko le ba bangwe matitšhere ba bangwe keng batho ba borena re lebeleleng dilo tsa borena and then re tlhokomele mafu saete tse tsa bo Fleria tsa bo Pretoria noto ko kae a una ngwana wa shotang ka silo bolo eng dilo tsotlhe di-rugby eng dilo tsotlhe tse o fitlha mola di-green tsa teng di pila mara tsa rena di santsang di setefetse le ka jeo assembly man madilitara tsa rena man le sekera re le lebelela bjana ka manaba a rena le thoma ba manaba a rena bjana a le sa le batho ba le ba nnete ba re ba tsebang gore ne batho ba le ba rile re sokotse ka government e lapeng le re apartheid ke yona e irileng gore bjang ne a re tseneng mola re seke ra utswa ditšhelete a re tsene ditirelo di re di iseng bathong o ska kry-a o na le koloi tse 10 o na le dintlo tse 10 ka mothokong then wena o na le ntho nngwe le nngwe ka mara motswao motho o tlhoka le sa o ja le subela a sa ja selo lebe le tlhaba a sa ja selo lebe le subela a senke a je selo motho a banane le o utswa bohobe wa tseba bohobe bo apeilweng a o bo utswa bo lokele ka mara a potla o re a kgone go ja ko gae ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Joseph Makubela. I'm from City of Tshwane. I was also part of Simpato Project Steering Committee. Chair, we are not only disappointed but aggrieved. And the reason why we are aggrieved is that in terms of project implementation, there are 3 interrelated principles. One is scope, the other is cost, and the other is time. The 3 are interrelated, the other cannot do without the other. We are aggrieved because a project that was supposed to take 18 months is now in the 5th year, entering the 5th year. 18 months. It's an indication of something wrong in the department as the client. It's an indication of something very wrong with the department as a client. We wonder as well as to whether the department is engaged in an audit to check what are the damages in terms of the period that we have been waiting for, material that has been used, the fact that it's raining and the material is being damaged. What has been the cost implication in that regard? We met with the department. I also represent the ward councillor because the ward councillor is not well, she's not well. We arranged a meeting with the department at some stage, I think it was 2023, October if I'm not mistaken, where all of us, all stakeholders, we satisfied ourselves that the contractor is not good enough to can complete the project. In that meeting, the department committed, as the report indicated, that they've also satisfied themselves they are going to terminate the contract. When they come back with another thing. They said there's somebody who has mobilized, who has funds, that person will help the contractor to implement. But it was indication, there are reports that indicated that the contractor is failed, Chairperson. But they still continue to do the same contractor for more than 2-3 years. The contractor that has failed. And they come and say the decision was reviewed. What are the reasons for the review? Because the contractor is failed. The other issue, Chair, one of the problems that is in the department is the tendency to fabricate report to appease political leaders. Reports have been fabricated, I can tell you. There was a visit by portfolio committee. For that week, there was instruction that the contractor must be on site. They cleaned the school. The school was very clean. They even instructed workers to come on site, so that when politician comes there, they see a beautiful school that is about to be concluded. In that meeting, the portfolio committee refused to give us as community an opportunity to say something. They only allowed the project, the department which fabricated the report. And I'm talking of 2 years back. There's a tendency of fabricating report to appease political leaders. And I'm saying to the leadership, you must take that into consideration. And it can't be business as usual. Chairperson, the other problem, there's also tendencies from officials from the department and also the contractor to engage outside structures that are established, your project steering committees. They hold meetings somewhere with other people. They make promises somewhere, the next thing the project is closed. Because of those tendencies. So we are saying, Chairperson, it can't be business as usual. Something must be done. Action must be taken now. We want a report as what is it that is going to be done. It's true, we have lost confidence into officials. We have. And we are calling upon you because I know what you know is not what we know. Because of fabricated reports. But we are here and we thank you very much for affording us this opportunity. One thing that we always ask the department, why is it always that DID project starts but not finish? In Soshanguve we have about maybe 3 or 4 projects. All of them have problems. The last issue that I want to raise, Chair, is the issue of services. We are water and electricity. The department comes with the project, they appointed the service provider. The service provider establishes a site in the school and connect water in the school. Water that is paid by the department, by the way. They tap in that connection. They connect. The next thing, the project has stopped. The school is suffering, is owing the municipality a lot of money. In terms of municipal procedures, every project in terms of its establishment, site establishment, must have money to establish site and connect its own services with its own meter, so that they are able to pay for their services. So even if they did not pay, there's also a provision for them to come back and make arrangement and pay the municipality. That will not affect the school. The Department of Education is not paying services for contractors. When we guide them, they agree in the meeting, but outside the meeting, they did something differently. So I think DID must stop this thing. That when site is established, people connect water in the school. They must go to the municipality, make application and get approved and connect their own meter and pay their own services. So that when they live there, they don't leave the school with problems. And we have said this thing to them. There's tendency of not listening. We are called people who are not taken serious. This is an indictment to government objective of providing services to our people. It's a serious indictment. We are seeing your efforts as leaders. We are seeing your efforts in terms of providing funds and approving budget, but the implementation is a problem. There's no quality assurance measures. There's no quality assurance measures. How could a project that was appointed for 18 months last for 5 years? It's a problem. And then the report says as if it's a normal thing. You know, they are proud we reinstated. They are proud. So, Chair, I'm saying we are calling upon you as our leaders to intervene and intervene today. Thank you very much.
Sanbonan Dumelang. Igama lami nguBanelo Akalanga. Ngila ngokuzomela ukhansela from Ward 11 and as a secretary of Ward 11 Putanong branch and Naserivoningo Primary School because iskolo sethu leso. I thank you ukusipha lethuba bantwana bensundu abantwana abantu abamnyama. Ngibona yazi ngiphathwa amahloni ngoba ngibone our chairperson aze akhumbuze umunye umuntu omnyama athi Rivoningo because ubhuti lo uyayikhohlwa iRivoningo ngalendlela bayikhohlwa ngayo. So uma ngimela into engimangazayo ukuthi ngizwa apha ireport eyingekho angazi ukuthi iphuma esithubeni noma iphuma kuphi leyo report ngoba akuna nento efana kungcono la ngoba nasi isigubhu siyabonakala siyakhombisa ukuthi isigubhu sikhona kodwa eRivoningo nifuna ukungitshela ukuthi chairperson besiwabona bengi SGB yaseRivoningo Primary School for 3 years besibabona uzogcwalisela uprincipal besibabona bangena baphuma angazi ukuthi intuthwane noma yini kodwa nifuna ukungitshela ukuthi i12.1 million lenikhuluma ngayo ukungena eRivoningo idura kangaka ukungena eRivoningo ningene niphume nje sibona ama contractor ngizwa uthi hey seke ifuna ukuphela it's a high risk ukuthi ningene eRivoningo bangene bazali iphathisa amahloni lento niyenzayo because nidla imali ngokuhamba nje manifika esikoleni saseRivoningo ngikhuluma as a secretary of the ward and ngimele ukhansela futhi and futhi bengi SGB saseRivoningo kodwa amanga lawa niwakhulumanga amanga alihlaza. So nifuna ukungitshela umbuzo wami ukuthi ukuza nje nizile eRivoningo nangena naphuma sibonile babhala ngeyipray lezi ezibomvu yizo ezikhona esikoleni leza zikhona nekhonkwane zikhona zikokotelwe phansi. So nifuna ukungitshela ukuthi ukukokotela isikhonkhwane naleyo company necashile ingakosta 12.1 million na ngiyabonga.
Ngafazwa thinta imbokodo. Numela legae ngidimisa tafole ya portfolio committee aslama thomo ke tla mo chairperson ke nna mamhlongo ebile abanyake SOD masabathanya go lompona because of la itsa ngere la itsa mamhlongo bola dinete ke la itse macala la itse ke tswa ke le go semphato ke nna chairperson ya semphato secondary school se sa feleng a ke tso rateliwa or ririwa eng or bana ba rena ke eng chairperson le committee ya hae report tse dintse ya swabisa ene ke makatsa ke ntate Slepe ha representa semphato because of mola ha bala semphato hone le batho ba tshwantse ba be mola ba bale semphato ba le reng he ba re bitsa na go tla temodise ile chairperson ya portfolio ya infrastructure ke bona ba bala ding bo di semphato le di picture le bone mola ba intsha semphato picture ba dintsha semphato ke maswabi chairperson matitshara semphato ba robeha ke di steps ka motlaseng di mobile ke mishima GDID department bu Mr. Reggie Mokalapa le mmotse ba tla go sekolo hello hona o reng re toitoile ese re phele re batswadi ba ima go gate because of bana ba rona ba robe bana ba feinta go semphato go sekolo maybe le bone mo TikTok go na le mobile ya toilet e fisitsweng go semphato ba tle ba shiana mara ha re bolela ka sekolo se felaneng a batle ba shiana ba itse dintsa ke na go dintsha too much tse dintsa ke na go dintsha too much la dintsha na go etlang ha le ka se fetse sekolo re kopana go pele Ke tshware maqala lena hore mathomo le irileng you know very well the committee e tswileng hore hore le nthibile ko kae ke re ke a bolela dinnete tse leng goreng ka di bolela tse ke di itseng le tse ka tsego le tse irang chairperson semphato se ka sa fela ba itse gore ba irileng ba itse gore ba claimile eng ko kae e leng gore ha iteng they know very well so e re ke le botseng as semphato ke chairperson ya semphato I'm going to die mo ngwaneng wa ka a tsena mo teng mo batswadi ba nkgethileng chairperson ba kgethile ga mokgwa a boletseng ntate Makhubela speaker's office ntate Makhubela mo hatile mo teng ba kgethile ba re ba terminate contract ra bona mora ra bolela rena ra re khopela ho le appointe motho a tlo fetsang sekolo ba re promise ba re ba tlo mo khetha he ro boela hape ba re au wa re tlile le motho le ngora o reng o tlo feletsang go thusa ra kontraka o la wa mathoma fetse sekolo o tlile yes a pusha mo teng after u pusha we writing EM project second project as part only the payment tsa batho o ka se palle go patela CLO o ka se palle go patela security o ka se palle go patela subcontractors ke maga berekang a sa hole ke maga berekang a sa hole so ntate mkali o kai obete o kai and then abale botse nnete GDID e change too much wa mathomo bile thokozane a tsamaya wa tla ba re ke mango mabobedi o ke mang ntate mokali wa tla semi a tsamaya wa boraro no so ke obete ntate mokali a itse ke utla botlhoko nna inside my hand ntate mokali wa itse ke phela ke elo every day and then ha le tlile portfolio committee tlile a re fe chance rena ra babele go re leng ba etla pele ba sekolo le re khiela go re emela go thoko se ra bolela ba ska utlwa re utlwa botlhoko rena semphato chairperson se bodile project ya semphato e ka se fele ha la balong tate mokali ke tlo le botsa popela portfolio committee again ye mi second project ku tlwe ntate slapper project ya sa na se awe ntate slap na o le awe ntate slap project na o le awe o se bi awe bi ntate mokali ba le teng ba itse project ya bule le bo obet that's why re mbolela ga nnete le tlo le ra bana ba banyane le awe ba awe batho ba chairperson ba awe very well ba awe ntate mokali ha na balong re bone koloi mole ke mmante mama lefu di tletsa ke di koloi di tletse mona ke go saiteng ntate mokali di tletse go saiteng go thogwa the contractor e leng o tla ba ke TMR infrastructure o tlo felletsa sekolo the way re boneng ka teng di go a feditseng ko teng a berekileng ko teng ba re bontshitseng o berekile ko ka re gopela o ra GDID le pateleng batho a le patele batho le batho ha ba tsentsa certificate a ke itse le go ngatha pele na le go ngatha pele before le patela di contractor pele na I don't know chairperson certificate se a tsena se tsena certificate se tsene se tsia kgwedi hotlhe so patela kgwedi e tlang ha o se motho wa bona ba ka so patela hense wa bona ba ka so patela re gopela gore o a tlo assista ngana banong le mo pateleng he le sa mo patele robisa hapa robisa chapel committee o tlo ibitsa because let's if you understand a le patele batho ba aba patele gore before ba patele gore a re go khoneng re ngathe re tsontshe go patleng re je pele mama ngwa sene go office ya mama so tlohela no tse ntate mokali ke ne le lena I'm not going any go kae ke teng go semphato ba intectile ha pape no again 3 years ke sa le teng again anticipate se fela lebo
wathinta abafazi wathinta umbokoto same report different dates kholekitsa ka di khatile ba gaetso lo utlwile semphato e se bodile it's 4 years later in the midst of the 4 years ntse re tswalla sekolo twice
solution ke hore ba tlisa di mobile classes. We don't want mobile classes, re na le budget ya sekolo. Ka lebitso ke Dina Malefo ke tlhase Mphato. Ke batla ho bua le GDE, ke bue le DID on a personal note. E seng ya ka SGB ya Semphato, but as a mother, you are failing our children. Lona le faitse ke mang mo e leng hore ka jeno le tlo ema mo la bolela di reporto tse di seng teng. Goreng ngwana wa Mosotho a tshwantse a sokole pele? When you say hore education is free, ke yona free e le buang ka yona ena. Nna se ke tlo se bolelang gona yaanong kore a kere gona yaanong go reviewa ga dirang la boa gape ka di-date tse ding gape. Mark my words and mark them very well. If sekolo sa Semphato ga se fele ka the date e le tlo e setang gona yaanong, I will match my children ko di-officing tsa lona tsa DID. Ba tlo nna ko ditulong tsa lona gore ba kgone go kry-a education, ba le comfortable like you are. Because if you were not comfortable, ne le ka se nne for la relaxa, la reviewer, now and then la reviewer, now and then, and come to us lidi empty promises. Ke a leboha.
Dumelang bagolo. Ke bona letsatsi le wetse re le ka mo. But thanks the portfolio committee go re bitsa. Nna ke principal ya go Rivoningo by the same Mr. Paul. To the managers ba ba leng go DID. Ke tshwana le batsadi ba ba fitileng that I'm gutted. I get to go he ke bua go report a ke reng. Because in your presentation today you are saying you are still analyzing the risk. So it means you are still going to verify whether you can come and build that school. The current premier, 2022, came to my school. Kamonsa the infrastructure challenges that school sekeleng go so. We took a 5-minute walk. I've seen enough. Engage the acting DID, I'm not sure, Mr. Mokalapa, who was there on site. See to it that this school is attended to. It's top of your priority, 2022. As we speak, Kebona, more report on area, you have paid PSF 12 million, but you are still gonna assess the risk. That means you are not gonna, Halina, kopi le lekarala, 30 June, lekanela tswala report. The school currently se berekisa chemical toilet. Bane ba ha ba itse gore sekolo se la se berekisa di chemical toilet. You have budgeted 126 or projected 126. I'm sitting with 1,600 learners. It's on the way adjuster because the budget is like 1,002. As we speak, the same government is saying next year, grade R is compulsory. I get sure bana ba ro ba lokela go kae. The Tomile project 2021. One on the Aleko High is going grade 1 next year. I don't have provision. So to the leaders, are tloheleng we phitha ka letlhaka. Do your job. To the portfolio committee, ke kopa le tshware batho ba be accountable because they are using our money. DID, on behalf of dikolo tsa go Ward 11, City of Tshwane is switching off the electricity because you guys are not paying for the services and rates. My school, the property rate is a skolo sela, the most stations are final, the over 1.2 million. Last year, the department decided to withdraw the services. As we sit, we the final letters from City of Tshwane, but because they need money for other services. They were comply more Tshwane. We urge you guys, when you have our money, utilize it. Treasury, because I've seen Modi report on those tendency that le contract number 1, le terminator, let's say contract number 2. As we speak, nale Semphato kaula ke skontiri. But you are unable to complete Semphato. which means more tlabe they will have 2 projects tse di leng abundant tse le sa kgone go counter. I'm sure certainly guys you are having meeting monthly or weekly report tsa lona a di dire. I'm so sad and colleagues I'm gutted because ke bona o ka re le nna I'm still gonna join the train ya dikolo tse di sa berekeng. As we speak, colleagues, as we live here, can we have a different approach and reflect different results? Enzele berikisa, ayesa bereka. Come up with a strategy, guys. Onali project manager, onali di watu ata. Currently, against mo thokwa acting CFO. I get sure report ya high to the portfolio committee are. We are disappointed in these people. This country needs us. We need to produce learners. Baba lenka mo hare hadi facilitate in Zimbabwe. I thank you.
Dumelang bagolo. A ke tlo le botsa maka nna se go se tlompalla. Re ke botse ba ba o tsena sekolo ba o kwa se go ka saife. Ka le botso nna ke nna Hlabirwa Ivan Serwadi. Ke dula ward 11. Next door ya sekolo sa principal o la fetšang go tloa mo. Le next door ya se sa bobedi sa go gawantšha ke sekontiri ba re ke mafom ke Semphato. Sekolo se la ngwana o tsene o tšea 4 years ka mola o tsene a batswa. Sekolo se agiwa. Re dile research go thoma ka CLO go fitlha le security. Di results di re a ba patelwe mara ba a bereka. Ma security a bereka ona ka ra a phela dutse mola. Ba le ba construction ba dutse gae. A ba gole ba ka se bereke bona ba sa gole. Mara nnete ya e tletseng seatla ko gore o ntate ba le ba mekhaba ba le re ba fetang fela ka mengwaga mara bona ba re feta ka mekhaba. A re tlo tšhaba go le botša gore lena le bagotsi ba ya bora di kontraka le wela under construction mafias mara le di academics le di officials. You are criminals mo pela ga matlho a community. A re tlo tšhaba go le botša. We know gore community tšhaba go bolela because ba victimiziwa. Re a tseba re ko mathoko le a dula di meeting le those construction mafias. Business forums le dula le bona go dikhoneng tsamayang le o tswalla mola gore re shaleng re thiba botlhaswa ba rena. Re a tseba ra ba di tswalle because ba le arrogant or ba re tella. Ba di a ke lena gore ba tlo tswalla botlhaswa ba lena. We are aware of that. That's as the allegations fela are the unfounded. This is not a threat. Block Ward 11 and Ward 94. In maybe 3 different political parties. But when coming to issue ya Semphato, le tlo bona ka le nana ka ra re kwane. Re tlo kwana ka lena this time. Starting from today, le rile lena le thomile project ya Semphato. Mark this date. Address chalna no ri a di tseba. Office chalna no ri a di tseba. Le ko le no ndwala re a go tseba. You can take a video and pon almost fatlo o botsa di thomile o tjalena tšeo tša di construction mafia. Re tlo le lata ka moka all those 3 different political parties. Re tlo tla ra tlo le lata. A ke le metšo ba tswadi ba kwata ba tswa le dikolo tšela le tletlele ba irresponsible a bana gane le bana. Mola ba tla ba naganela bana ba bona. Ko Semphato I work there every two times more bekeng. Di class tšela le ba file tšona tša di mobile di a wela. Last month se swele go na le 2 cases ko Semphato sa di toilet tša go swa. Go bontšha le a berekišana le bona batho ba ba lena ba di construction mafias. Ge sekolo se la se iswa nna re tlogile ka di-bucket re yo steamer. I spent there 30 minutes before go etla di firefighters. Ge re botša re case ya mathomo ya gore sekolo se iswe toilet tše di iswe e ka yona principal o gana ka case number. Ka mo gapeletša ra ya police station ra yo bula ya bobedi. Ge ke botša gore debris tša container ya mathomo di kae uri GDID ya tseba ka tšona re fe case number wa gana. Cover up tše le di dielanang between the principal tše dingwe sorry principal if wena o edi The principal are telling Lily about DID, Lily, the officials, the cover up, telling the no, road, your follow up, yeah, the cases, Pato. Road, everything, everything, like cover up into criminal charges. If Lenana are capable of doing that. Now it's about time, Rotloi turn into criminal charges. Econ, Utloi Karago is selling. Relo Reona police station. Rwela ko wena principal wa Rivoningo. Akoro wa re thushe le wena ba re ke mang wa emergency councillor wa le moachaba. Ba le montatola wa emergency councillor. O sa lona. Ko Rivoningo skolo se la se lekana le maybe half a hectare. I stand corrected principal. Ona le bathwana ba bereka ba para di overall tse blue ba re ke ba maintenance. Mara jwai o le kana le camera ya monno. I stand corrected, principal. I stay 5 hours from the school. Camera. Am I wrong, principal? But while Baba Patella blue, I would say Patella who dirang. DID, chemical, Acadia science market or chemical. Momarao, Angwan, Ama soft. It's globally after effects. It's been 4 years. We got toilet jail as possible our principal and sorry. Kiposo maybe Lilina. Vanabala party pampas. Such about Udilania, Maramarawana abonasal sensitive. Wanamutomun social exposed to chemical. Who need infection, body health. Le risque bana ba rena ngwana ka o tswile ka mola sekolong se la duma gore ena ka ra loka rugby o na le bokhalatinyana so o duma rugby o tsene a ba tswa mo 500 ele bo sekolong se la ke reng half ya ona ka re e ka ba hectare a gona sports facilities SGB ya sekolo se la e gona ka ko Rivoningo le bala le gona bana ba magwai ba ra loka sports field ja bona di lawn di makilwe ona di grandstand re a duma gore le bana ba rena ba bantso ba tekwishe gore a lokela mo godimo ga lona re a duma le mkgaleng e le gore ke senya nako ya le mkgaleng e ke senya nako ntate o re DID ya le faila re a we ntate le rena gore DID ya le faila. We are aware as community. Now, as resta short, re ka mo morago ga gago. Phoso tša gago re tlo di bona le phoso tša bona kgale se tšere di bone. Thank you.
Bagaetso re ya leboga dipotsiso. I'm one person who gets emotional when the house is emotional. Otherwise, I would have pushed us to conclude on time. But I instead requested those that are outside that please allow our people to raise their issues because it's the reason why we're here. But I need to clarify a few things before I give to the department so that next time, even when we engage, there is an understanding. Government has 3 arms of state. There is legislature or parliament, there is executive, and there is also judiciary. Legislature and parliament is where we belong. And our duty is to make laws and do oversight. It's simple as that. So it pains me when sometimes the fingers are pointing to that direction. So I must defend my table. That's point number 1. And number 2, what pushed us to be here today? Maybe I should have done that in my opening remarks, and it would have answered many questions. Most of you, if not all these 10 projects, we have visited them. And when we arrived at those projects, we were not happy. Not happy with the progress, not happy with the report itself. What did we do to try and assist or intervene in the situation. We have taken some of them up with the leader of government business, but most importantly is this session, that we want these people to come and engage in front of us. The department must come and report, and the community must then raise their issues, so that we are on par with what is happening. Remember, our youth, we can get into some part of tomorrow. Chair, you are correct. When they hear that we come, they prepare better, so that we find a terrain that is a site, is a construction site, if I must put it in that form. So when Rona we come, we meet the contractor. He tells us, I'm on 30%. I'm going to finish next year, March. It's the report that we want. But when we speak to the community and get issues, we then must facilitate this kind of a gathering. So don't undermine this meeting as if it's just a meeting that was decided. No, we visited the projects. And out of the visit, in some of them, I said we're going to come back in 2 weeks. The principals can attest here, especially in Tuwelihle and Lakeside, and I think Simunya. I had said, no, I'm going to try and push the premier, and we'll come back in 2 weeks. We did not come back in 2 weeks. We are coming back today. And we have selected these projects. Most of you, wherever you are coming from, you know there are other projects that are happening, but they are not part of this report that we requested. The report that we requested was based on our visits to these projects, and we did not find happiness. So that is why this session. So maybe we must start there and clarify that we make laws and we do oversight over the department. Maybe we must make strong laws as we create laws that will give us more powers to maybe deal with the consequence management ourselves. Currently, it is the executive. So as much as we can fight amongst ourselves here, still I must go to that man, MEC Mamabolo, and say, we met the community. They are raising 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 until 20. We have taken a different approach. We are no longer going to allow you to report as you normally report. But as you come to us on quarterly reports, we want these 10 projects to form part of that quarterly report until the projects are finished. Those are the only interventions we can do. We can go to the leader of business government, who is also the MEC of health, and raise the issues with her. Failure, if we don't get appreciation, we'll go to the premier, raise the issues with the premier. If we don't get appreciation, we'll take the issues to the legislature as a house itself. But we do not implement it's not us who build schools as this committee. And we believe, as Ribatlisitse Mo today, we are going to do our own reports from what you have told us. And that report, we are going to take it up with the leader of government business. We are going to take it up with the premier. But of importance is that as the government comes to us, the department, and reports on their quarterly work, we'll appreciate that these 10 projects that are being reported here today, because they make all of us emotional. None of you is happy. And it's first time, by the way, that we report on all 10 projects and people are not happy. It's the first time. I've been working with the GDID for a year and a half now. And me, I call a spade, where it's nice, we say, hey, it's nice. I wish in the other areas we can do the same. Like today, I will say they must look at the work they did in Rebinalaka, look at the work they did in the prison. What is that? Frederick Ribeiro Center there. Sterling work. But here today, we're having 10 projects that are all problematic. But for your information, it's us who selected that 10. It's us who said we want the report on this 10. Because after our visits to this 10, we might have visited 20 and find happiness in 10. But in this 10, we did not find happiness. Hence today they are here. They are supposed to be reporting on the 4th quarterly report. But we said we want also the 10 projects that we are doing, because we feel that these projects are problematic. It's correct. I've been to Tuwelihle. The principal even wanted to fight with one of the members there because of emotions that are involved in this thing that we are doing. So I'm saying we are doing monitoring over the department, but there must be clarity that we are not the actual implementers. So ours is to work on the report. Maki tola kiri, Mr. Musala kinale report watla ku sendel araga itse 24 months. Sometimes are non-rume, afetu ibala no bamaka moli. So that is why we will call these kind of forums. But from these forums, where do we then go if we must take issues further? We must go to the leader of government business. That's how we work in the legislature. And then from here, we must take them to the premier. If we fail, we must take it to the house. These members can write them in form of questions. One member will ask about them, but inside the house now. When you are inside the house, it's a different terrain because we are now committing to parliament. So maybe it's where we must push the department to go to say, no, maybe let's take these questions about all these 10 schools, share them amongst ourselves, and the next sittings, we then ask these questions ourselves to the executive inside the legislature, because legislature is more binding than other structures. Maybe that's point number one. Point number two, because of emotions, we ended up allowing everyone to speak. But I'm going to request, when we declare, once we say we're declaring an area as a legislature precinct, it changes everything. So you were busy pointing at each other, and it's actually, it's not good. We took it, yeah, it's you there in front. And in legislature, they chase you out when we do that. But we are not legislature here. We are coming from legislature, and we understand that the issues we are raising are very emotional. But once you say in a meeting, we know you are eating with construction mafia. For Rona seated here, we are more worried that the community seems to have information, but they are not acting on it. Because you must open a case, give us the case number, we follow on the case ourselves. Because it's the same department that we are doing oversight that is accused. So when they are accused, it's also our duty to make sure those cases are followed up. So I'm just saying, as you see, we're in legislature, we are recording everything, so we might need to come back and request some information because these are serious accusations. I mean, once you say, we know you are eating with them, we know you are, then it worries us because these projects are not finishing. And there is an issue of corruption that has been raised. So we must take it to the last point to reach the output and say, we've proven that Mr. Slepe or Mr. Ndovu or Mr. Mahlabe are actually corrupt and they are colluding with these contractors. I spoke about it, I was taken to task. The former chair Modise spoke about it, he was taken to court by one of the contractors. They summoned him to come to court because of these things that he had raised. So I'm just cautioning us that on issues of corruption or on issues of crime, we must be more serious. We must not speak in passing about these issues in meetings because it's dangerous. You'll accuse me or the contractor, mara magifitla mo because of I'm fighting for what I think is correct, then you will paint me with that picture. But sometimes you will be correct. You will find that Tulani is colluding with contractor. But because you are raising it like this, then it's a non-issue. There's no case, there's no case number. So we are requesting, where you have serious information, take it to the law enforcement agencies and let them act on these things. Maybe you might find that all these 10 projects are affected by corruption, but we don't know because no one comes and opens a case. So those are very critical issues. They are critical because they involve the law enforcement, and I wouldn't appreciate when we just speak about them in passing. So I'll still request those that have spoken to issues in relation to corruption, go and open cases, come to us as the portfolio committee, give us those cases. I mean, you spoke about a project manager being changed 3 times, and you said, we know what they are doing. So these people might be corrupt, but because you don't tell us, we just go and monitor projects. Because ours is the school must be finished. the students must have a school that is readily available for their education. But the processes are not actually what we monitor, because we can't be in a school every day checking who is paid, who is not paid, and the earlier komrao, how does it go to whoever. So you must assist us, so that even the oversight that we are doing, it becomes correct. We might be doing oversight in projects that will never conclude because of crime, but we don't know because you don't tell us or you don't open cases. So it's a request that I'm going to make, and then I'm going to give the department to report. But as they report, I'll request them to be honest, because emotions will have been raised up because of how we are reporting. But of importance is that as you come to us on quarterly reports, this 10 is going to form that part of the report until the 10 projects are concluded. So it means if you are bringing 30 schools in the next report, it will mean it will be 38 schools, because there are 8 schools that we spoke about today, and that's 2 projects of a clinic and an old age home. So we are going to get those reports up until we finish. If it means this term, these 10 schools will not be done, it means each and every quarter we're going to speak about them. So that is what the committee can commit to, because at least when they come to us, the agenda is decided by us. They don't say, no, now we're coming, we want to speak about these scopes. No, we set the agenda that the department must come and report on. And we are saying that these 10 projects will form part of our quarterly reports until we conclude. So it means each and every after quarter, you can easily call our office through Bontabi Bokaya and ask if there is any update on these 10 projects. And what we are also going to try and do, obviously, because we work in different corridors with different other stakeholders, we may not be able to call you in each and every gathering where we are going, because obviously we'll be dealing with other also projects, hospitals and other things. But what we will do is to make sure that we at least update you, whether maybe some part of must send one person, all these projects, one person to a 10 central meeting somewhere, so that at least you have 10 people inside the meeting and you update them. We'll do that. It's what we must do, whether it falls within our program or what. We'll squeeze ourselves and find time so that we are able to respond on these 10 projects until they are concluded. So let me now, without waste time, give over the department to respond on these issues. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think I'm going to respond in terms of my Buya clinic. But also just to indicate that I note the emotions and the concerns from the community of Maibuye about the issues that they've raised. And I think the first point that is to acknowledge that indeed there are delays in Maibuye clinic. When you look in terms of the implementation plan that was presented to the team, when we terminated the first contractor and where we are. And it's unfortunately that I believe that and the community what they want to see is the clinic being completed, nothing else. The explanation about the planning part and all that. I must acknowledge the first councillor to indicate that yes, when you look in terms of the report, it might look the same. And you will see that the challenges are still the same for those number of years that you've just indicated. And I want to indicate that from the DID side, the mandate of the DID is to implement projects on behalf of Department of Health, who's the budget holder, and the budget is sitting with Department of Health. What we then do, we submit invoices to Department of Health for payment. So therefore, from the DID side, we don't pay service providers, but the client department, they're responsible for the payment, although we are contracted with the service providers. So when you look in terms of the issue of the security company, I think I will check with our security management in terms of how much has been spent to date with the security. I know that question was answered before, so it's just a matter of following up. And then there was an issue in terms of termination on Plan B. I must indicate that as the department, we have the Plan B in terms of termination where there's an emergency framework panel, where we appoint contractors in terms where we have terminated, but also we need to follow also the SCM procurement policy to ensure that those contractors, they also comply with that so that we can be able now to be appointed for the completion project. So there is a Plan B. Then there's an issue which was asked in terms of this 46 million, and then we went to 180 million that we're talking about. So I just want to clarify, it's just that I think the time was not on our side in terms of the presentation, so I might have not maybe covered the full details. The 46, when we start the new financial year, there's an amount which is allocated on the ECE, which it's the amount that needs to be spent for that particular year. And now when we report, when we show our report, you'll see that we show the amount which is allocated on the ECE, which for that year of 2023, it might have been that 46 million. And if that 46 million is not spent, and then it means it will have the amount to go back to the department. So what I presented on the 108 million is the estimate that we currently have, which we think that it will complete the project. So those are two different things. There's an estimate that will go to the market to get the contractors. So then there's an amount for ECE which we allocated by the client department. The issue of the PSP's outstanding payment, what is it for? Like I indicated earlier on, is that in terms of the project implementation, we've got stages that we are following. So we have done stage 1, which the PSPs, they've done work, the assessment, they've provided us with that. They have done the planning for stage 2, which is a concept design, which is currently sitting with GDID. And also to address the issues of the work that is on site, we had to conduct some tests just to assure ourselves that structure we can just continue building on top of it, since it was built by the previous contractor. Those PSPs, they had to conduct those tests to assure that the structural integrity is firm, then there's no risk on that structure. So that is the amount that is being spent on that in order for us to ensure that there's value for money and there's no fruitless expenditure. So in terms of the timelines, it becomes very difficult for DID. Hence, that's why you have seen that from my side. And I know that the community, what they see us as government and not as Department of Health or DID. So if you see, I'm only be able to give you the days when DID will be able to complete the certain stage because we are in control of that. But in terms of the approvals, the gate stage approvals, it depends on my client as well, how long they take. When you look at the report, you'll see that this report that I referred for, it was then submitted on the 1st of April to GDID, and today, as we speak, it's the 6th of June. There's no response, but we are engaging them on weekly basis in terms of that. And then in terms of where there's MNE, I think the MNE, they do monitor the project and also the money that is spent to the contractor. And just to correct, I think the meetings that we had at Krugersdorp with the representative and the councillor, the person who was there is Mr. Kobe, is not the HOD from health. He's the director responsible for structure. So for record purposes, so that it's clarified. And then the issue of I think there was an issue on the amount which was asked by the honorable member of the amount that was paid, which they said they could not see it on site. When you look at those old designs that are there for the prototype clinics, most of the structure, I think it's concrete. You'll see that when you look at it, it's a rough foundation with a lot of steel and columns. So now you'll find that also that money, it included the building plans, which now were approved by the council. So that amount, that is where it went, and hence that is why we ensured that we do the test on that work, because if we had to demolish that structure, it would have been fruitless. But fortunately enough, that structure is still firm and sound, and it can still be used. And then to clarify the question again, which was asked earlier on, I think from the member there, regarding the engagements in terms of the with GDID about the price inflation and all that. I want to clarify that I think there are two projects that they're mixing with, Maibuye and Kutsong South, where we are engaging GDOH, where there are those allegations. But I just want to indicate that when we implement project, and yes, you can see, I'm talking about gate stages. Each and every gate, we engage GDOH, that gate stage, it's got estimate, it's approved by the accounting officers, both accounting officers up to tender stage where we appoint contractors. So it can't be that all those documents they were approved from stage one. Then when the contractor price, we go to the market and come back to DIT with an amount of at least less than what we have estimated, then we are saying there's price inflation. So I just wanted to clarify that, Chairperson. I think those were all the questions, but I also note the concerns that are raised by the team, and I can indicate that for those PSPs who are not being paid, they are still working even today, but unfortunately, we are unable to submit to our client because we are still waiting for the approval of the concept. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chair, I just want to indicate that we note the concerns that were raised by various members of the communities where projects are being implemented. Chair, as well, I must just apologize in that when we started, we did not clearly indicate about Amwelang, and that has caused confusion because it has created an impression of omission, but in reality, it's not part of our portfolio. So we apologize that we could not indicate that in time. So it's not part, so Amwelang and Randfontein are not part of our portfolio. So it would be advisable that any matters relating to those be directed to Department of Education directly. Chair, we appreciate that some of the issues are a bit emotive, and we respect all the emotions involved, but as well, Chair, it's important that there are items that get raised in a manner that can be worrying, especially in instances where people say, we know where you stay, and when things are raised in that manner, remember there is, particularly in the Pretoria areas, Chair, we have had deaths related to projects. We have had instances where we had to extract project managers. We have had to bring law enforcement to help us in projects. So when in forums like this, people say things in a manner like that, we end up being worried to what extent is this going to happen. So we do our best to operate in very impossible circumstances. There's a huge sacrifice that the officials make. But when it gets to a level where it gets expressed like this, it's extremely worrying. And we appreciate the emotive aspect that there are, yes, people get disappointed, they've got a right to raise issues, but it should not translate to any manner of threats on their safety and security. Chair, on to Belithem, what we'll do, we'll go and engage with the school, Chair, to ensure that we align. I know that there might be issues of misalignment. And I know personally at my level, I haven't had engagements like I used to do before we had a contractor deployed. So I can note that there are some additional gaps that will directly engage with the school management and so on, including ensuring that the work gets completed within the expected timeline. On Rivoningo, I note there are areas of a bit of confusion, and I need to clarify them as follows. I indicated that we are at a procurement documentation stage, meaning that we are finalizing the planning stage, and that will allow us to go into construction procurement. That is very important. And then I've indicated that there's an issue of budgeting that was being reviewed. The teams were meeting with GDE, checking on availability of funds across the portfolios. And we said we're going to go back to GDE so that that matter can be clarified. And with regard to, because as well they indicate that the number of kids has increased. If you were working on 1,200, now the kids is 1,600. If there's a revision of scope, is a matter that will have to be dealt with in consultation with GDE. So it's important that the principal and school governing body urgently, formally communicate with GDE so that this matter can be properly communicated. And as GDID, we be given clear instructions. Because if we just go and change things, that will be outside the protocols that are governing how we relate and how we implement projects. The other thing that is important, when we plan projects, yes, sometimes some projects take long because of the variables involved. Some projects have town planning issues that in their nature, they take a bit long. Some have got lesser planning times because you find that everything is in order. But what we noted with a lot of schools, most of the schools that are existing, you find that as much as they are existing and occupied, they are not legally compliant, the town planning issues are not compliant, all the administrative processes are not compliant. And we start by addressing those historical matters, bringing them into full compliance. There are a number of issues that were raised about Sempato, and I realized that there are some things that we don't communicate to the stakeholders. Chair, there's been instances of threats and some translated into reality where people were held hostage on sites, especially in instances where you find the contractor has not paid some of the service. You find that security and so on, people are not paid. And when officials go there to try to help with situations, people think by holding people hostage, that is the solution. And we end up moving meetings. In instances of tensions on site, we move meetings to our offices in the CBD of Pretoria so that we can get space to intervene. And that's what you don't want to do because we can't go where there are tensions. It is not intended to move things away from the councillor and other members of the community, but it's just intended, and it's not a matter that is intended to meet somewhere in secrecy. It's just interventions that we do in relationships between the contractor and the service to ensure that matters get addressed. Because if we don't address those matters, ultimately the contractor won't be able to go to site. So it is in our interest that we make interventions. But it is not because the department does not pay. It happens sometimes, Chair, that contractors don't pay their service. Sometimes contractors don't pay their staff on site, and that creates challenges, but from time to time we intervene. We will reinforce our level of engagement with that community, with that school management, so that we align, because some of the statements that are made, it is very clear that we are not necessarily on the same page about information, and that is very important. Chair, I don't want to be long. I know that you have advised about issues of time. There are issues that were raised about the department keeps on changing officials. Chair, it is the interest of the department that we retain people in the organization, but as well, if people get developmental, better opportunities, people should be allowed space to grow. So we've had instances on the project where the previous internal project managers left the department, and as a result of that, we had to bring new people. So it was not just a matter of having interest in changing things frequently. The project manager who's running that, I must apologize, Chair, because at the beginning of the meeting, we did not communicate some of the apologies, particularly of the project managers who could not grace this occasion because some of them are writing exams, and that includes Mr. Obed Majin, who's the project manager for this particular project. And we've got some of the officials who are on sick leaves and like that we did not, but we can always communicate that information to Kaya for completeness. I just want to be certain that I did not. Yeah, Chair, I think broadly, there are these issues of things like chemical toilets and stuff like that. We'll communicate with GDE to just ensure, and as well, generally there are issues of mobiles that are damaged. We noted that, and we'll see if there are matters that are directly to us. We'll ensure we talk to the schools and see how best we deal with that. And if there are matters that need GDE intervention, we'll refer them to GDE for attention. The key theme for me is two things. Just reinforcing of the issue of performance and the issue of adequacy of our engagements with the stakeholders. Those are the two key things that I think we really need to just step up to ensure that we are fully aligned. But Chair, we note and appreciate the concerns. We take them very serious. And like you have said, there are areas where we have done very good job. And even these communities that are here, they deserve similar good job. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Slep and the team. Members, I'm going to request that you agree with me that the 4 issues that are left, we defer them to our next engagement because of time, at least issues that are involving the communities we have dealt with them. We're just going to get bills and obviously note that the budget vote bill will be dealing with it on the 19th. But otherwise, it's NCOP bills, the petitions, that we received an email of many petitions from the petitions committee, and we'll be handing over those petitions to the department so that the department starts responding. So be aware that there is a list of petitions that we'll be bringing to you. Thank you. There is a list of petitions that we'll be bringing to you. But as I close, I just want to say to our stakeholders, working with you, we will change the game. We must continue working together. When we are together, we can make a better job. You know, there is no person who can speak well if something is going well, or speak bad if something is going bad, than a beneficiary. So if it's your police station, it's your school, it's your clinic, we must make sure that we work together, because it's only then where we get to the bottom of the nitty-gritties of our issues. And I want to appreciate you, appreciate your contributions. You must just be a bit less emotional next time. Yeah, no, it's important. You end up scaring my people here in front, and I don't want them to be afraid of coming to meetings and saying, yo, Batsu Sampagat. So I'll just request that in future we become a bit calm and also understand the decorum that normally works in the legislature. But I can assure you, we'll work closely on these projects until they are concluded. Where you think you are missing us and not see us, call us. Make a call to our office, make a call to ourselves. If you don't find me in the office will give you my cell number. Call me. Let me know what is happening. If you have challenges in your projects, in your community, make us aware so that we are able to sit on it immediately, right then and there. And we have also noted the commitments that will have been made by the departments. They are going to come to Tuwelihle, they are going to start engagements at those levels. Keep us abreast of what is happening, so that when the next quarter comes, at least we know that we have engaged with you as stakeholders. Whatever that the department will bring, it's something that we can question together with you to the department if it's not true. But without these kind of engagements, we cannot get to the bottom of the issues. So we appreciate you stakeholders, but let me also take this time to appreciate the principals, appreciate community leaders, and appreciate the department. We know you bear the brunt. In other issues, you are afraid to say there is no budget because they have not availed the budget. And you must take the hit because you are the arbiter of these buildings. Whether education gives you money or doesn't give you money, when we ask questions, we ask them from you because it's you who built and give these buildings to your client departments. And with those words, let me also thank members, thank our staff, for making this event possible. And before I close, I just want to get, sine lunch, Baba? Brakaya? Sinokudla? As we close, you will be taking our lunch. You are invited to lunch. And this meeting has reached its conclusion. Okay. Okay, we are being told that because of, we have already taken more than an hour of the hall. They are not going to allow us to eat here, so we'll be taking our food and going. So we can eat from outside or on the way. Sure. Balatileng dilo batle mo pili, usile cell phone, King. Oh, hey, leave our gadgets, please. They won't work at home. The gadgets for interpretation, they won't work at home. They only work here. So please leave them.